What's going on, everybody? This is John J Gaming on the mic here, coming at you with a brand new episode of the NCSL Dynasty, and coming in here on season number 8. Now, it has been an absolutely fun time, but we are going through the final season of the NCSL in this particular episode. Gonna show you the entirety of season number 8, where many burning questions still come through. Will we have a repeat champion for the first time in this series? Will Wisconsin be able to repeat, or will a team like Michigan or UCLA come in and win the national title this time around? Do we have newcomers making it to the college football playoff for the first time? We had a few of those in season number 7, and obviously so much more than that. With that being said, I hope you guys are in for a good one, so make sure you go ahead, smack that like button, hit that subscribe button as well if you do happen to be brand new to the channel. And without that being said, let's go ahead and check out some of this preseason stuff before we jump into the gameplay. So this is your preseason top 25 going into this season, and there's some free favorites to definitely keep an eye on here for sure. Michigan is certainly one of them. Michigan comes in as the preseason #1 team in America. 99 offense, 95 defense. They're a 99 overall team, so they should be a heavy favorite to make a deep run in the college football playoff this year at the bare minimum. Washington is also in here as well at number 3. They're your runners-up for the college football playoff last year. And then two other favorites include USC and Georgia. Georgia, a team that did fail to make the college football playoff back in season number 7, season number 6, and of course season number 5. So Georgia's starving for a playoff appearance. Let's see if they can change that up here this upcoming season. Here is what the rest of your top 25 is going to look like this upcoming year. Wisconsin, your defending national champions. They're the 11th ranked team in the nation, and I don't know if they have what it takes from a talent perspective to make that deep run yet again, but I have seen some crazier things in the past, so we'll just have to wait and see how things shake out this upcoming season. In terms of teams that maybe could regress and fall out of the top 25 and just have a disappointing year completely, so there's a couple of teams out there. Maryland is one of them. They had that Cinderella run to the quarterfinals last year. They're ranked 18th, but I don't think they have a lot of talent on this roster, so they could be falling back. Memphis is not very strong either. They're 83 overall. And then you have Cal here as well, ranked number 24 in the country. They're in that brutally tough Pac-12 conference, and I don't know if they have the horses to compete consistently in that particular area. Now, for the ACC, we saw some surprises last year, as I thought it was going to be a 2-team race, I believe, between Clemson and Virginia Tech. This year, I actually do believe that the ACC is overall going to be a little bit more open. Virginia Tech is listed as a favorite, but it's more of a co-favorite situation because Duke is right there with them, and they actually have the better team than Virginia Tech as of right now. Wake Forest is here as well. They're a good program within the ACC. Clemson is looking to bounce back, but their offensive talent is really questioning at the moment. Just a 79 overall offense. And then even Charlotte should be considered a dark horse here in the ACC. They can certainly make some noise as well. As for the American, right now we have the same top teams in the American. Minnesota actually a favorite to win it all this year, as they did make it to the American Championship last season. Wisconsin, on the other hand, your defending national champions, should very well be in that picture, including Nebraska and, of course, the Missouri Tigers, who did make the playoffs back in season number 6. But for the Big 12, we have seen crazy things in the Big 12 in the past, like Rice actually making it to the playoff, but it usually is a one-team pony in the Big 12, and Texas once again comes in as your heavy favorite. Big 10 is actually in a similar fashion, as Michigan will be the favorite to win the Big 10 this season, with Ohio State being not too far behind. So like we see Michigan versus Ohio State. Ohio is probably a year away from realistically competing in the Big 10. Meanwhile, in Conference USA, this is what Conference USA is shaking out to be. You got teams like Army, the Navy, Pittsburgh also in here as well. Then you got a big drop-off after that. Do we expect a regression from Maryland, or will they able to prove that Season 7 was not a fluke, even though they do have a new head coach? Real quick, taking a look at the Independents, San Jose should be a solid team, and the same could be said about the Warhawks of Louisiana Monroe. In the MAC once again is going to be an interesting conference to watch, as Northern Illinois is going to be your favorite. Last year we saw Mid-Tennessee State make it to the MAC championship and should be highly rated once again, but I'll be surprised if someone other than Northern Illinois ends up winning the MAC this upcoming season. However, the Mountain West always provided some interesting commentary, as Arizona State, who went to the College Football Playoff 2 of the last 3 seasons, they're the favorites to win the Mountain West once again. We do have an interesting trail pack here. Colorado State should certainly be in it, even though they may not have the offensive talent from last season. Boise State should be up there as well. They're a pretty good program as well. And then, of course, the Territorial Cup rivals in Arizona might have something to say as well, alongside the Utes of Utah. But the toughest conference in America is probably going to be the Pac-12. Now, Washington is listed as the favorite, but there's plenty of teams in the Pac-12 that are more than capable of winning this conference. USC is one of those teams. UCLA is one of those teams. San Diego State, Oregon, Nevada, Cal. Probably not Oregon State. That's probably where the line crosses, but there are plenty of teams in this conference that are more than capable of making some noise. It's just a matter of how do they actually perform when the games actually happen on the field. As for the SEC will likely be Georgia's to win, but a couple of teams that could challenge though include the Miami Hurricanes, who actually do have a defense this year, so I'm sure that will help out tremendously. Florida State's got a really good football team. They're a very good program with a 97 offense. UCF is going to be your defending SEC champion, so they're going to come in projected to finish 4th this upcoming season, 3rd within the Sunshine Division. Final conference that we have is the Sun Belt. The Sun Belt is looking to go to LSU. No one else really in a position to challenge LSU, it seems like, though. So if someone other than the Tigers comes out of the Sun Belt, I would be a little bit surprised, to be honest with you. So with that being said, let's go ahead and jump into the season right away, and we start with week number 1. Now, you remember when we were just talking about how LSU should be your big favorites to win the Sun Belt? I actually could be wrong here, as Auburn is able to walk into Death Valley and beat LSU 27-17, which means the Tigers of LSU start their conference season 0-1. Texas, however, had a non-conference matchup against Central Michigan, as they are able to dispatch the Chippewas 31-9 to start out season number 8. USC took on an FCS opponent in Sacred Heart as they take down the Pioneers 49-7. Ohio State will take on future FBS newcomer in Missouri State, but will dominate them 55-7. Georgia, however, also started their conference play in week number 1. They took on Coastal Carolina, but the Chanticleers could not pull off the upset, as Georgia scored 3 touchdowns in the 4th to avoid a big-time upset. However, Miami will not enjoy the same fate, though, as Mid-Tennessee State was actually able to beat Miami 21-19, which means the Blue Raiders, they might be ready to prove that what they did in Season 7 was not at all a fluke. Then the last notable nationally televised game that did feature a top 25 team was number 8 Pittsburgh taking on TCU. The Panthers did end up dominating in this game, winning 56-24. So we'll go ahead and take a quick look at what we got going on in terms of what kind of effects that created for the top 25. Georgia is still number 5 for now, and honestly, we don't see a lot of changes within the top 10, and honestly, for most of your top 25 polls, but we start to see some movement in the lower half. Missouri moves up a couple spots. They beat Wyoming. Maryland moves up a couple spots. Memphis shuts out Clemson 31-0, so they move up 3 spots. Nevada almost loses to Florida Atlantic, but they avoid the upset there. Northern Illinois, they dominate Boston College, so that gets them up to number 19. Cal beat San Jose pretty convincingly, 42-18. LSU is still here, but they're ranked number 21 in the nation. They fell 5 spots. And then after that, we have a bunch of newcomers. Auburn is in the top 25. Ole Miss is in the top 25 as well, so a couple of Sunbelt teams getting some love. Duke is actually ranked very early. They're number 24 in the nation. And then Washington State. Washington State is in your top 25 as well. They're going to be your last team. So that means that we had San Diego State, Iowa, the Ohio Bobcats, and no surprise, the Miami Hurricanes fall out of these polls here very early on. Moving forward into week number 2, and we actually get a weeknight game between LSU and South Alabama, and the Tigers are going to lose yet again. This time at the hands of South Alabama on the road, as the Jaguars are able to shock LSU 35-28, and LSU is going to have a hard time beating those fraud allegations now. As for UCLA, they'll be able to get to 2-0 to start their season after being in a surprisingly competitive game with the Syracuse Orange. It was a close one, but UCLA was able to pull it out and start their year 2-0 as well. As for the Minnesota Golden Gophers, they took on fellow unbeaten Baylor, and while it was a shootout in the Twin Cities, Minnesota was able to win this one 42-35, so this top 10 team also gets to 2-0 as well. College Game Day, however, made the trip to Athens, Georgia for this SEC matchup between them and Florida State. Florida State will still be searching for their first win of the season, however, as the Georgia Bulldogs were able to gut it out 31-24. And to wrap up some of the early games that we saw, Ole Miss was able to beat Michigan State 39-14. The Rebels will get to 2-0 and also prove that they are indeed worthy of being ranked in the top 25. So the first top 25 matchup that we do have this season has number 6 Ohio State traveling to number 14 Oregon, where they will take on the Oregon Ducks at Autzen Stadium. We're going to go ahead and jump into the second quarter here real quick, as that Oregon Ducks team is hanging around, but we really start to see that Ohio State squad really go to work here, as Ohio State's going to take the lead early in the second quarter. And then midway through the rest of that quarter, quarterback Jamie Branch is going to take it on a read option and does get the Ohio State Buckeyes down to the goal line. So, first and goal for Ohio State as they hand it off the gun to TJ Hutchinson, as it gives the Ohio State a decisive lead that Oregon will try its best to try to cut into, but it's not going to work, as it's going to end up being intercepted. And that was really the big time difference in this particular game. I mean, the turnovers were just so critical. Oregon lost badly in the turnover battle, and Ohio State's going to get a big win on the road. Meanwhile, we do get some studio updates from elsewhere in the country. Of note, we do have Washington State, who did start the season early in the top 25. Well, they're going to be able to win at home against Louisville. Now, while we were waiting for Ohio State and Oregon to finish up, we had a couple of other games that did end up going final. Pittsburgh is going to get to 2-0 after a 37-20 win against the Kansas Jayhawks in non-conference play. And then USC was able to get this win against Missouri State, but they really took their foot off the gas pedal, as USC does not score at all in the second half against this FCS Missouri State squad. They still get the 2-0 though. Because Ohio State looked as good as they did against Oregon, we have some movement within the top 5. We see what we have here in the top 5, and Ohio State does move up a couple of spots. They do so because they looked as good as they did against Oregon, really controlled that entire game, but they will have to go up against Texas, so Ohio State does not have a lot of time to celebrate their win on the road at Autzen Stadium. Here's where the rest of the top 25 stands here in going into week number 3. Missouri is up 2 spots even though they were on bye. Memphis, they move up 3 spots to number 14 in the nation. They have a 10-point win over the Bulldogs. Nevada was also on bye but move up 3 spots. NIU moved up 3 spots, as does the Cal Bears. Oregon does not get penalized very much. They only moved down 4 spots. I thought that was reasonable considering they took on a very strong Ohio State football team. Auburn continues its strong start as they move up 3 spots after the win against North Dakota. Nevada, on the other hand, Navy moves down 18 spots, and that's because they lose to an FCS team. They actually weren't the only top 25 team to lose to an FCS team, but you hate to see it. Ole Miss is up 2 spots. Washington State is up a few spots as well. And then we got some newcomers here. San Diego State is number 23 in the nation. They got to go and take on the Michigan Wolverines. And then you also have Mid-Tennessee State and Iowa. Iowa in here in spite of the fact they didn't even win a single game yet this season. I thought there was other teams that could have been more deserving of that 25th ranking, but they can always prove it on the field in a couple of weeks when they play their second game of the season. So with that being said, we should have a more entertaining week number 3 overall, but let's go ahead and check out some early games before we get into some of this top 25 action that we have. First and foremost, we got Mid-Tennessee State proving that they are a top 25 team. They dominate Notre Dame here 37-14. And the thing is, the Blue Raiders, they also did this on the road as well. However, Auburn could be falling out of the top 25 this week as they lose their first game of the season. They lose to Mississippi State 31-14, whose bolsters its record to 2-1. And then Oregon was able to rebound against North Carolina State, which they hosted at Autzen Stadium. The Ducks win 42-23 in order to win their second game of the year. So we'll go ahead and pick things up here in week number 3, where the Pittsburgh Panthers travel to sunny Los Angeles to take on another 3-ranked USC Trojans, as Pittsburgh's going to go ahead and get it started. A nice run up the gut by John Thompson, who sets him up in a goal line position, but they did all that work down there on the goal line, but can they finish? Yes, they can! John Thompson's gonna find the end zone. Touchdown, Pittsburgh! And the Panthers are gonna nod things up, and they're gonna eventually take the lead as well against USC, who has been a perennial powerhouse in this series, but the cracks may be showing on this year 8 alliteration. As we now jump into the second half, it's only a tied game here. Might be a little bit of an upset award here. This could be a meaningful, this could be a memorable victory for Pittsburgh, as they're up by 13 with less than a couple of minutes left, as USC in desperate need of a touchdown. Let's see if they can get one down here, down on the goal line, and they do with Jacob Pierce. Cuts it down to within 7 after the extra point. But can they pick up the onside kick, though? They must recover this because they only have 3 timeouts. And sure enough, it's going to be recovered. Pittsburgh is going to land on the ball. And that is going to make it barbecue chicken here, as Pittsburgh gets a signature win against USC, doing it on the road as well. Meanwhile, let's check in on another Pac-12 team, the San Diego State Aztecs. Also traveling on the road themselves. They're taking on the number 1 team in America, the Michigan Wolverines. We'll see if they can have what it takes to really remain at that number 1 spot, as the quarterback, Jet Anderson, one of your guys' as customs, by the way, one of the younger customs that was in the game. Jet Anderson's going to get a nice little check down there, make this a much more manageable 3rd and 5, as the Aztecs send the blitz, but answers well, as Quint Savoy was wide butt naked open there, and we're going to have another touchdown on the board. So the Wolverines jump quickly onto a 14-0 lead, as the Aztecs are desperate for their first points on the board, as they go into a goal line situation. Runs it up the gun, as Scott Robinson is going to be able to go ahead and pick up a gain of 6 there. As now, 3rd and goal coming up, 5 wide set, could be a quarterback draw. No, it's a bubble screen, broken by Chad Bellamy in the end zone, and the Aztecs officially find themselves on the board. But Jet Anderson will try to get Michigan to respond back quickly, as they will go pick up yet another first down. As now, 1st and 10 is going to fake the pass. It's going to be a halfback draw instead. And Jeremy Huff's going to be able to scamper into the end zone. Another touchdown for the Wolverines, as they will carry a commanding lead into halftime. But shout out to this Aztec squad, though. They are certainly not going to give up by any means. And so they go into the 4th quarter, still down by 10. But Tony Ross is going to keep them back in this game, as another rushing scamper keeps the Aztecs in this game and very much alive as well. They'll also eventually hit a field goal later on in the 4th quarter, so that does send us out into overtime, where it starts with San Diego State hitting the field goal. But before we check out on Michigan's possession, do get a studio update from Minnesota, the number 8 team in the nation. They're able to narrowly take down Houston by a hair's margin. But because San Diego State did settle for the field goal, Michigan can win this game outright if they can find the end zone. We'll see if they can do precisely that. 2nd and inches coming up as Jet Anderson motions to running back. He's got time. Fires over the left-hand side. It's intercepted. San Diego State is going to stun the number 1 team in America, the Michigan Wolverines. And when the new polls come out, there will be a new king of the hill in the NCSL, as San Diego State finds a way to win. So with that being said, we did get some other studio updates from around the country, as Maryland's able to win their first game of the season, taking out Kansas 25-20, but that was certainly not all, though. We had a surprisingly competitive game out in Seattle, Washington, as Temple gave Washington everything they had, pushed them to the brink. But the Huskies will survive and will probably be your new number 1 team in the nation, to be honest with you. But we do have an upset that does happen within the MAC, though. Number 16, Northern Illinois, falls to Western Kentucky 33-31. So the Hilltoppers will get to 2-0, led by Big Red. And, of course, the infamous power of friendship. Get some other studio updates as well, including Colorado State winning their 2nd game of the season. Meanwhile, that was not the only update that we received, as UNLV was able to beat Purdue 31-28, as that ups their record to 2-1 here to start the young season. And then finally, LSU is able to beat Tulane 19-14, as the Tigers are able to win their very first game of the season here in year 8. So while we're waiting for the last top 25 game to kick off, let's check in on a couple of other scores happening around the country. Ole Miss took on Louisiana Tech and wins 28-14. The Rebels are off to a 3-0 start and win their Sun Belt Conference opener as well. Plus, we have a little bit of a non-conference matchup between Georgia and Vanderbilt. And while Vanderbilt was horribly outmatched in terms of talent roster composition, they hung around with Georgia, nearly pulled up the upset. Bulldogs are 3-0, but there might be some concerns happening in Athens, Georgia, right about now. But we will go ahead and see Ohio State on the road once again. This time they're making the trip down to Austin, Texas. So we are certainly seeing this Ohio State team really challenge themselves and apply themselves here in non-conference plays. This is already the 2nd team that they'll face that's inside that top 15 in the country, or at least at the time that they did end up ranking them. And once again, Ohio State will take an early lead against said top 15 squad after that quick rushing touchdown. However, Texas is certainly known for its explosive offense. They certainly got a handful there, trying to throw to the right-hand side though, but that was a questionable decision at best. So surprise dude ended up deciding to throw that football in the first place. And now it's Ohio State that's putting together a drive on its own. Texas tries to send the blitz, but quickly finds TJ Hutchinson on the check down and nearly picks up the first down in the process. So really leaves that playbook open there on a 2nd and 1. And it's going to open up a run yet again to TJ Hutchinson, who does manage to get the Ohio State Buckeyes down by the goal line. And they're going to top it off with just one more run. This time the quarterback, Jamie Branch, taking it in, as that's the second rushing touchdown of the day for that young man right there. However, jumping into the second half, we have a similar score as Texas does settle for a field goal as he'll throw it out to the left-hand side and find Amir Green. Almost gets his first passing touchdown right there, but they're going to mark him just short at like the 1-inch line. Instead, it will be TJ Hutchinson, who did some serious work on the first couple of touchdown drives. Well, he'll finally get rewarded with his first touchdown of the night, as Ohio State slowly but steadily does grow that lead. It's not a blowout by any means, but Ohio State, just like in that Oregon game that we just saw last week, they are, they're doing a good job of just controlling the game and controlling the tempo of the matchup. So Ohio State has a big advantage because of it. Texas, meanwhile, still trying to find the end zone, and they finally do with 6 minutes left to play in the ball game. So it's certainly not over yet, but even with that touchdown, Ohio State's looking pretty good there. Desperate need of a score for Texas here, especially if they want to avoid using any of their timeouts, because let's be honest, they'll probably go for the onside kick if they manage to score a touchdown here. And sure enough, there it is, a touchdown from Charles Johnson. Likely they'll go for the field goal, or at least the extra point attempt, and they do hit that extra point successfully. But now here's the toughest part, the onside kick, and it's gonna be recovered by the Ohio State Buckeyes. So this game was a little bit closer than what we saw in the Oregon matchup, but at the end of the day, though, Ohio State will come out on top. They'll win 28-23, and they notch yet another impressive win on the road. And with that being said, we'll also take some time to check out some other scores around the country. Some more non-conference action happening as Texas A&M takes on the Chippewas of Central Michigan. Aggies do end up winning 24-10 as Justin Upshaw throws for 2 touchdown passes on the night. So a lot of shocking revelations there in week number 3, wasn't it? And that means we do have a new team on top of the polls for now. It's this Washington Huskies team that did make it to the national championship last year, albeit they have a big test against UCLA. Ohio State also moves up a couple of spots after the win against Texas. Pittsburgh moves up 4 after a big win against USC on top of that as well. Plus, we have more changes in this top 25 here. Minnesota moves up a couple. Army moves up a couple, even though they were on bye. Michigan, after the overtime loss, moves down 7 spots. And USC falls down almost outside the top 10 completely as well. And then you got this bottom half. Nevada's up a couple of spots. Texas moves down a few spots. California's up 2 spots to number 15. Oregon's up 2 after they recovered against San Diego State, which they will actually go up against. We'll see if the Aztecs can get up for 2 games in a row. No diddy. Navy up a couple of spots as well. They did win their first game of the season against UAB. Ole Miss able to move up 2. Washington State up a couple even though they were on bye. Mid-Tennessee State, after the big win against Notre Dame, they're up a few spots. And then rounding out your group, you have Memphis, who's still here after a big loss to Arkansas. The Louisiana Raging Cajuns, who are now ranked for the first time. Iowa and the Miami Hurricanes, who are back ranked in the top 25 as well, giving the Blue Raiders of Mid-Tennessee State a top 25 win for right now. So that means we did end up seeing Northern Illinois and Auburn leaving the top 25 after their respective losses. But we will go ahead and start week number 4 with an opportunity to watch Iowa and Washington State go at it. This is kind of a prove-it game for both of these teams here. Washington State, kind of on the rise as a program, slowly building before Remy Natalius did end up taking the Eastern Michigan job, where Iowa, Iowa has, they had a couple of byes. They've lost their first game in the season as well, so yes, they are still ranked in the top 25, but they certainly do have a lot to prove at this point in the season still. So lots of at stake here early in the year here in Pullman, Washington for sure, and we're certainly treated as such, as we got a close game here going into the third quarter. Trying to throw over the middle, it's caught by the tailback, and somehow, oh no, it's fumbled. Washington State is going to recover, and that's the kind of game that we've had witnessed. Very turnover prone type of game, but eventually Iowa has a chance to put it away here. They're going to try to run it up the gut. They pick up the first down, but Washington State picks up the fumble. So they had a chance to win it, but they failed to get into the end zone in the requisite amount of time. So Iowa was able to hold on, but they certainly won this thing in Iowa fashion, so to speak. Meanwhile, we do have a matchup, a rematch of the Sun Belt Championship game back in year number 7 when Memphis got the host Ole Miss, and Ole Miss was able to win a stunner in overtime, allowed Ole Miss to go to the college football playoff in year number 7. And these two teams, they will get to go back at it once again. But I will tell you what, Ole Miss here in Oxford, Mississippi, they want to come out here, and they simply wanted to come and leave no doubt here today, because this right here was simply a dominating affair over the middle once again. That nearly leads to yet another touchdown. This time John Douglas coming down and making the catch. So I imagine they'll try to go to that old trusty reliable run game as Mike Simmons finds the end zone. Touchdown Rebels! And Ole Miss dominates against Memphis as the Rebels win 51-6 in the Sun Belt title game rematch. However, Oregon is going to look to bounce back after they have lost their first game of the season a couple of weeks ago. This time they'll be taking on San Diego State, as the Aztecs, they are soaring high after taking down the number 1 team in America at the time. We'll see if they can come out from that emotional high. And let's see if San Diego State can get up for another key matchup, this time happening in the Pac-12. Starting to see some of those conference games getting going here around the country. Most important part of the football season, with 10 of those 14 bids being determined by a conference champion. So if you win a conference championship, you automatically get to go to the college football playoff regardless of your record. So these conference games, they have a severe amount of importance for sure, and certainly seems like both teams are playing with a high sense of urgency. Aztecs do look like they're on the very peripherals, very edge of really blowing this game wide, butt naked open. We'll see if they do it here in this goal line opportunity, as San Diego State pulls out the halfback draw, and it works pretty efficiently, as San Diego State has just been pounding the football relentlessly. Almost 200 yards rushing at the half, but it's going to be a throw into the end zone late to Evan Wilson, which will be your final touchdown of the first half. So Oregon has a lot of work to do to get back into this game, and they're starting slowly but surely clawing their way out. But here's the big problem here, though. You got to be able to actually get some stops on defense, and the Oregon squad just has simply not been able to do that so far, though, as Tony Ross is going to go ahead and take it off himself. So we're going to try to punch it into the end zone, and wow, he can't punch it in there. He was pretty darn close. Almost had his second rushing touchdown of the evening, but it's going to be the tailback Robert Thompson that finishes the job instead. It's going to end up being yet another touchdown for the San Diego State Aztecs. So they try to go for the 2-point conversion. Actually, no, this is actually the 2-point conversion right here. Starting from that 10-yard line, because on the previous attempt there was a holding penalty. So that was a 10-yarder automatically. So that was going to be a hard 2-point conversion to grab. Surprised at that point that they didn't just go for that extra point in the first place, but it's not going to hurt San Diego State here by any means, as the Aztecs are going to come out here. They look pretty darn good. They win 51-33 as they win their Pac-12 opener. But before we get into the final top 25 matchup that we have planned for week number 4, let's take a look at some other scores from around the country. Miami took on Buffalo at Hard Rock Stadium, and the Hurricanes handled business, winning 34-14 in order to start the season 3-1. The Georgia Bulldogs also immersed themselves deeper into SEC conference play as they'll beat up Florida Atlantic 44-20. That means the Bulldogs start the season 4-0 and show that they are indeed a top 5 team in the country. As for USC, they're going to be able to rebound from their tough loss against Pittsburgh at home, by the way. They take it out on Oregon State, who they double up on in a 48-24 drubbing. The USC Trojans are back to their winning ways. We did almost have an upset on our hands as well, though. The defending national champions in Wisconsin, they were going to be able to win this game. They do end up winning this game, but very close for trying to see Kansas beating Wisconsin outright. It was as close as a couple of points, but there was no more scoring after that 8:46 mark. And finally, Texas was able to rebound from their loss last week against Ohio State by beating SMU in Big 12 conference play. The Longhorns are now 2-1 and should be nice and settled in as a top 15 team in the country after beating this winless SMU team. So to close out week number 4, we'll check in on that new number 1 team in America, the Washington Huskies, as they're ready to make that trip down to Los Angeles to take on number 5 UCLA. Another intense Pac-12 game on the way as Washington looks to be that team to get first blood here in this critical Pac-12 battle. As the Huskies get down by the goal line, can the UCLA defense hold? No, they cannot, as Scott Cotter is going to get the scoring started for Washington. They'll quickly take that 10-0 lead here. So UCLA in a starving desperation to get some points on the board here. You know, the way that their offense is, they do not want to get too far down and then rely a little bit more on that passing game, as Doug Rose, who's one of your guys' custom coaches, by the way, he likes to lean in a little bit more into that running game, really wants to wear down the front sevens, as we're starting to see that here a little bit, as Vince Cobb actually gives the Bruins a lead here in the 4th quarter, and it leads to a huge 4th quarter that allows UCLA to pull away. Meanwhile, that being said, we have a massive upset in the American Conference as Western Michigan's able to take down Minnesota, who suffered their first loss of the season. So for the second week in a row, we do have a new top 20, new number 1 team in the country, and that is going to be Ohio State. But that might not last long as they have a big test against Wisconsin. That being said, though, lots of other change happening around the country. UCLA had that impressive win over Washington, for example, so they move up a few spots because of it. Army is, of course, going to get that benefit of the doubt, and they have a big game against Washington State as well in the non-conference. That will wrap up the non-con play for this Conference USA squad. Washington falls down 5 spots after UCLA did pull away late in their matchup against the UCLA Bruins. And then here's what the rest of the top 10 looks like. Missouri does move up a couple of spots to number 10. They take on Iowa this coming week. As for outside of the top 10, Nevada does get to move up a couple spots to number 11. Texas up 2 spots as well after their win against SMU. Cal, they had a 22-point win over Cincinnati, and they will be taking on San Diego State, who's coming off of a big win against Oregon. Ole Miss had the blowout against Memphis so bad that Memphis is no longer a top 25 team at all. And then, of course, you have Minnesota, who is still ranked to this point, but that loss to Western Michigan is really going to hurt them. Meanwhile, in the lower part of the top 25, Mid-Tennessee State still undefeated. They now move up 4 spots to number 17 in the nation. Iowa is up 6. They beat the Washington State squad. Now they got to go and play Missouri, who's also ranked. Then you got the Raging Cajuns, barely won against Michigan State. They now got to go play Troy to start out Sun Belt Conference action. Oregon is still in the top 20 for now, but that is their second loss in a row. And rounding out your group, you got Miami, Alabama, who is ranked for the first time this season, Washington State, Arkansas, who is also ranked for the first time this season. They're starting the season out 4-0. And then the Nebraska Cornhuskers losing big to the Kent State Golden Flashes. They're still here, but hanging on barely at number 25 in the nation. So let's go ahead and get week number 5 action officially underway. A big week here in the NCSL part of the season as we get things started here with the Southwest Classic. It was a shootout unlike any other, but Arkansas is able to survive as they will now get to 5-0 on the season after this dramatic 3-point victory. Meanwhile, the Georgia Bulldogs are going to pimp slap the Georgia State team as Georgia is able to win 49-10 in order to remain undefeated on the season. UCLA is also going to remain undefeated for now as they survive a little bit of a scare from Oregon State. The Bruins win by 7 and will remain in the top 5 for now. And then, of course, Pittsburgh hosted the midshipmen of the Naval Academy, where Pittsburgh was able to win out. Pittsburgh wins 21-7 as they're also going to remain undefeated here on the season. And then, of course, we had a couple of other games that were completed throughout the early afternoon. Washington, for example, they're able to beat Stanford 33-21, so they're able to bounce back against their first loss of the season versus UCLA. We do also see Miami take down UAB 35-28. We might have a return to normalcy after UAB actually made it to the SEC championship back in year number 7. So let's be like Trey Songz and really dive into the meat of this week 5 action. And we start out in Berkeley, California, where San Diego State travels on the road to take on the California Bears, who are still undefeated on the season. So they can certainly come out and make some noise. While they played well in non-conference play, playing in this difficult Pac-12 conference, that could be a different type of challenge. We'll see if Cal is ready for it. But so far, the California Bears are handling it pretty well, taking on a San Diego State team that is now playing its 3rd consecutive top 25 matchup. That includes a former number 1 ranked Michigan, by the way. A game in which they won as well, for those of you that like to skip around this video a little bit more. But Cal is up 7-0 here still, and they're going to extend that lead further as William Ryan's going to be able to find the end zone. Touchdown for the California Bears as they'll quickly take that 14-0 lead. So dominant first quarter for the California Bears, and we'll see if they can keep it up here in the second quarter as Reggie Underwood is going to almost find the end zone there as well. Thought he had a touchdown grab, but they're going to mark him down at that 1-yard line, where instead Damian Jackson is going to take the ball himself, and he'll have yet another score for the California Bears. So it does seem as if California is ready to just simply run away with it, but let's see if the Aztecs have something up their sleeve that they can come up with quickly. I just hiccup that sexy. And you know what else is sexy? Touchdown runs up the gut. One for Scott Robinson there. That's going to help the Aztecs cut this lead down to just 11 points. But this is a big drive here nonetheless. The answer back. Can they prevent it? But Cal has got a red zone opportunity yet again. Big drive coming up here. Here we go. Less than 1:30 left. Gonna run it up the middle for Damian Jackson, who forced his way into the end zone. Touchdown, Cal! And the California Bears extend their lead. 28-10 is your score at the half. So a dominant first half affair. And San Diego State is gonna have to claw their way back with their fingernails if they want to have any sort of chance of making this a competitive game. But lo and behold, San Diego State, they hang around here quite a bit, and with less than 9 minutes left, they do cut into a 1-score game. So hang on now, don't flip to that next game just yet. It could get a little bit spicy here towards the end because San Diego State, they get another touchdown off screen. They actually have a chance to take the lead here. This is something that could truly happen right now. Let's see if the Aztecs can do exactly that. 3rd and goal with less than 6 minutes left to play as Robert Thompson finds the end zone. Touchdown, San Diego State. So the Aztecs will indeed take the lead, and not only that, with less than a couple of minutes left to play, they will ultimately seal the deal. So a dramatic 4th quarter comeback allows the Aztecs to win yet again. But that is certainly far from the only top 25 matchup that we have this particular week, because now we got Missouri taking on Iowa in a little bit of an American Conference battle of wits, as Missouri is gonna jump all over Iowa. That Kinnick Stadium wave, simply no match here in the early going, but Iowa's gonna seek their first touchdown of the afternoon as they get it all the way down inside the 5-yard line. A chance for Iowa to tie things up as they go to the goal line set. One person left to beat, and Justin Wright's going to be able to break the tackle. And just like that, we're going to be tied yet again. So a tie ball game here at 10 apiece, but Iowa does have a chance to possibly take the lead before we go into halftime. They originally count this as an incomplete pass, but we took another look here real fast, and the more that I look at this replay, that's a catch. That actually might be a catch, so they do reverse it on the field, and so it does become a first down for the Iowa Hawkeyes as they throw yet again over to that right-hand side. That is a more obvious completion as John Jones picks up a gain of 20 there as they're able to get across midfield, so putting together a pretty good drive. Plus, they still have all 3 of their timeouts as well, so they can certainly go ahead and take their time with it. And sure enough, Iowa does end up choosing to take their first timeout here of this first half. They got a couple more to work through as they find a man wide, butt naked open over the middle. It's Justin Wright out on the backfield. They were simply not ready for it. As here we go with one timeout remaining. Gonna dump it off to the tight end. And the tight end, John Jones, picks up yet another first down. So you got a shot at the end zone here before the half. We'll see what they do with it, throwing towards the end zone, but it's intercepted. So they did all that work to get down by the goal line, and it ends in an interception. So they don't come away with any points. It ends up just being that tied ball game here at the end of the first half. So whoever can win this second half will be your winner of this game, obviously. I don't think I need to spell that out any further. And so far, I was doing pretty well here in the second half, even though it did seem like for a hot second that Missouri was going to seize momentum with that interception in the red zone. That's not what we're seeing here at all, actually. Matter of fact, Iowa looks like they are still refocused, and they're going to find the end zone here as well as John Jones finds it yet again. So Iowa does carry a 24-10 lead here going into that final quarter here in this critical American Conference matchup. Missouri trying to also not lose their first game of the season. They're certainly going to be in some serious trouble, especially after that run right there. Justin Wright taking a couple of defenders with him. You can tell his Missouri front seven is starting to get tired, as we'll see this quarterback try to jump back and throw. Surprised they didn't just try to run it down by the goal line, but Kyle Wilson's going to be able to get a sack instead. And so it's going to be a farther second and goal. This time throwing over the middle, and Rodney Woods is going to be able to hang on to it. Touchdown, Iowa. And the Iowa Hawkeyes will extend the lead tremendously. 31-10, now your score. Looking over to the right-hand side, it finds an open receiver. So Missouri is going to get some more points on the board to make the score look prettier, but that last touchdown had no bearing on the final result, as Iowa's going to win their second game of the season. But with that being said, Oregon right now, Oregon might be a little bit on throttle work, because yes, Oregon is still ranked, and maybe they're getting some of that benefit of the doubt because Oregon does happen to be in that Pac-12 conference, but starting the season out 2-2. That's not the kind of record that you want to see, especially if you're trying to have bigger and better aspirations, especially with the Northwest Division within the Pac-12. Yes, it is certainly a gauntlet, but it seems like the Pacific Division, where USC is in, is a tougher division overall than what the Northwest Division is. So, for hypothetically, Oregon has an easier path, but they gotta get this win here. They cannot afford to fall to 2-3. And that's exactly where they would be if they don't get their shit together quickly. Down by the goal line, though, as both teams have their goal line sets. Running it out over to the left-hand side, and Chris Payne finds the end zone. Touchdown, USC. And the Trojans are starting to open up here in the second half after it was a slow start, frankly, for both offenses. But at least USC's is really starting to wake up here, on the verge of dominating the Trojans right now, as here we are, less than 7 minutes left to play, and Oregon is down big. Not only do they need to get some touchdowns on the board, but they might need to at least sprinkle in another 2-point conversion, 2 or 3, I would say, as Mateo Mafada, one of your guys' cousins, is going to find the end zone for Oregon. But on the 2-point conversion to make this a 2-score game, well, quarterback tries to scramble, and my man simply has absolutely nowhere to go. And so USC handles its business. They're going to remain undefeated here within the Pac-12 conference. However, Washington State is going to bless us with some more Pac-12 action, as this Washington State team is going to make the cross-country trip to Muncie Stadium to take on the Black Knights of the Army Academy, coming in ranked number 5 in the entire country. This Army team, by the way, has some big aspirations to try to win the Conference USA from Navy. Navy being the 3-time defending champs, and if there's any team out there that could possibly challenge Navy, is certainly this Army squad. And Army's going to take the lead here late in the first half, and they're going to hold on to that 10-6 lead for a while. It's an ugly first half, to be honest with you. But in that second half, we see that scoring, and we see both offenses start to open up a little bit. Or at least we did for Washington State. Army is not going to score again until literally the very last play of the game. It was a close game, but it wasn't a very offensively exciting type of game here whatsoever. So Washington State's going to win. They're going to remain in the top 25 for now. But what we'll also find out is there some sort of curse when it comes down to this number 1 team in the nation? Because we've already seen number 1 teams go down, right? We've seen Michigan go down, like back in week number 3. Just last week, Washington lost to UCLA. They were number 1 in the country as well. Here's Ohio State taking on Wisconsin on the road as well. Can they break this miniature number 1 in the country curse that's kind of been going on in the NCSL over the last few weeks? We'll just have to wait and see. But for now, Ohio State seems to be handling the pressure and handling those expectations of being the number 1 team in the nation. And they're actually handling it pretty well, all things considered, because here's Ohio State ready to go down into the end zone yet again. And that's going to be a touchdown for Ohio State. The Buckeyes able to take an early advantage. But with that being said, Wisconsin is hanging around, and then with less than 3 minutes left to go in the half, you get a big-time throw to CJ Jones, who burns the secondary and makes them pay for it for sure. So that's how Wisconsin is able to tie this game up at the half. But hey, if you're going to take down the number 1 team in America, best believe you got to come with your best stuff, because Ohio State is going to be one of those teams where typically they're not going to beat themselves, at least in gameplay most of the time, right? sometimes, you get the occasional, like, what the game was that? But for the most part, Ohio State is pretty consistent, and they know how to handle that business for sure. As we get a nice throw over the middle to David Jackson to give Ohio State the lead with about 5 minutes left in the game. However, Wisconsin does have one last chance to respond. Going down the sideline, hang on now. My boy's got some blocks, and he goes out of bounds, but gets to about the 30-yard line. This Wisconsin team suddenly in business. As now, Wisconsin's going to drop back the throw over the middle, and Michael Grant, the fullback of all people, gets open for the touchdown. And Ohio State is going to be tied up against. So here we are, minute left to play here in the ball game. Ball is on the ground. The ball is loose, and it's going to be recovered by the Wisconsin Badgers. So Wisconsin, who was just on the brink 5 minutes ago, now has a chance to win and stun. The number 1 team in America is up. It's no good. No good. We are going to go to overtime here. This is peak college football. This is peak excitement. So here we go. Overtime getting underway, and Wisconsin does end up starting the overtime period. That first kick's going to be up, and it's good. But before we check out the Ohio State possession, we get another update within the American Conference. Nebraska beats Bowling Green, and so the Cornhuskers, at least for the time being, they're going to remain in this top 25 for quite some time, at least going into week number 6. But Ohio State can't capitalize on this possession either, so make this field goal. We're going to go to a second overtime, but he doesn't get a good leg on it. It's missed. It's missed badly as well. And so, with that, Wisconsin is going to stun that number 1 team in the nation. So, third week in a row. Third week in a row. We're going to have a new number 1 team in the nation. But before we see what those new polls look like, because trust me, we're going to have some chaos here moving into the new week, right? We'll see what we got going on first over in the Sun Belt, though, as Ole Miss is getting ready to go at it against the University of Alabama. This has some implications for sure in that Dixie division within the Sun Belt. Both teams are undefeated as well. Alabama, starting to become more respectable. This is the best Alabama team that we might have seen since Nick Saban has retired from Alabama. In this University, Kalen DeBoer hire doesn't necessarily end up working out. And for those wondering where he went afterwards, he went to Oregon State. We do also see Derrick Henry II score a touchdown in this particular matchup. That's a big one for the Customs that are out there, as that is one of your guys' custom recruits finding the end zone as well. But Alabama, for the most part, was dominating in this game, really riding on with the 12th man here at Tuscaloosa, as Ole Miss trying to claw back into the game. Quarterback pitches it to nobody. I mean, I don't know what he was looking at, but that was an objectively horrible decision. I mean, what are we actually doing out here, man? That's crazy. So Alabama's going to get a scoop and score because of that, and just like that, Ole Miss almost starting from square one in terms of trying to formulate some kind of comeback. Problem is, there's even less time on the clock. So, Ole Miss essentially got to be perfect in order to come back and win this game. That touchdown will certainly help. And we'll see them go for the 2-point conversion as well, trying to set up the triple option. But Mike Owens simply have nowhere to go, so the 2-point conversion is going to fail. Alabama will still have a 2-possession lead here, as just trying to run out what left of this clock, as Ole Miss was starting to use the timeouts. And hey, nothing like a bad opportunity to go out there and put some extra points on the board. I'm not even mad at it. Alabama's going to win pretty convincingly here. So before we check out the new polls, we do have a handful of studio updates. Western Michigan is going to beat Kansas, so Broncos silently putting together a pretty good campaign to start year number 8. They get to 4-1, but we get yet another upset. Minnesota is going to be taken down by the Chippewas 27-10, and here's the kicker. This is Central Michigan's first win of the season, so Minnesota, I'm not going to lie to you guys, you actually might be cooked. Kansas State is noticeably better than year number 7. They beat Houston there. And then the last studio update that we have is Wake Forest is able to give Nevada a challenge, but the Wolfpack of Nevada, they're able to handle their business, and they're going to remain undefeated. But their biggest test for Nevada is still coming in that second half of the season. So a new batch of the top 25 is officially in order, and here's what we got going on as of right now. We do have a new number 1 team in the nation, and it is the UCLA Bruins, who are off to a 5-0 start, but that could be tested soon as they'll eventually have to take on teams like Washington, for example, who is in the top 5. USC is also in the same conference as UCLA. They'll probably play towards the end of the season, and they're ranked number 6 in the country right now. Not to mention that Wisconsin, your defending national champions, they're still in the top 5 for the time being. Now, Ohio State, I thought this was a rude drop for them because they did take on a top 10 team I believe at home actually, but losing 7 spots for an overtime loss is a little bit egregious, but they're here at number 8. Nevada, they're in the top 10. They're still undefeated for right now. And then San Diego State is also ranked in the top 10 as well. So a very dominating time for the Pac-12 conference right now. Meanwhile, outside of that top 10, you got Army, who is number 12 after their loss against Washington State. Iowa moves up 5 after a convincing win over Missouri. Mid-Tennessee State is still undefeated and ranked number 14 in the nation. And then you find Missouri, who fell 5 spots because of the loss to Iowa. Outside the top 15, you got California at number 16 after the loss to San Diego State. Bama moves up 5 after beating Ole Miss at home. Washington State is up 5 as well after a win against Army. Miami is up a couple of spots. Ole Miss down 5. And then as we start to round out the group, you have Arkansas at 21, Nebraska at 22, and then a few newcomers to the top 25 getting ranked. Got the Nittany Lions at number 23, followed by Northern Illinois, and the Mean Green of North Texas getting a little bit of love as well. They're here at number 25 in the country. So we'll go ahead and get week number 6 action underway here as we start with a couple of early games getting final before we jump into really the meat of week 6. Alabama is going to beat Southern Miss 34-24, and for the first time in a minute, Alabama is starting the season off 4-0. Meanwhile, the Nebraska Cornhuskers are able to cling on to the top 25 for now as they beat Minnesota 38-21. The Golden Gophers here now on a 3-game losing streak. Meanwhile, the Red River rivalry was happening, but it was a very uncompetitive game. Texas was able to dominate Oklahoma in this neutral site matchup 52-7 as they try to prove they're a top 10 team. But a big upset happens in the Big Ten as the Miami Redhawks are going to shock Ohio State 41-31, which should greatly boost the profile of this Miami Redhawks program. And then in the MAC, we had ourselves quite a battle on our hands as Notre Dame was trying to pull off a dramatic upset. But with that being said, Northern Illinois was able to eventually survive in quadruple overtime. Quadruple overtime. Northern Illinois was able to win it out as they will get to 5-1 here in year number 8. So let's go ahead and check in on Pittsburgh taking on its second Pac-12 team here in season number 8. This time it's number 4 Washington, but the Pittsburgh Panthers do at least get a chance to play said team, at home. So instead of Pittsburgh having to make that cross-country flight out to California, Washington's got to make that cross-country flight out to Pittsburgh. So that's nice to see. And right away, Pittsburgh is not going to waste any time. They're going to go right to work here, employing one of the toughest offenses to stop in America. Pittsburgh's going to take an early lead because of it. But, oh, baby, Pittsburgh, you know, they really wanted to show that they were made number 2 in the country, but there should have been a serious argument for this team to be ranked number 1 in the country, because what you're seeing and what they're doing to a top 5 team in the nation, and I don't care that they happen to be doing this at home. Oh man, the fact that they're doing this at all is just, this is a massive statement right here is what I'm trying to say. And certainly these kids made a big statement on the field as Pittsburgh was able to dominate 42-3. So that could leave some room for either one of these two teams to move up. Here's some of those big tests. Nevada taking on number 6 USC. And Nevada, you know, they've been a fun story here in the NCSL, and we're gonna see them tie things up here late in the first quarter. So at least initially, it seemed like they came ready to play. But with that being said, USC, another one of those teams are going to have to put together 4 quality quarters if you're going to take this team down. They're not going to beat themselves very often. Looking over the middle, though, as USC trying to put together a little bit of a drive before we go into halftime. But while they were working on that, Brian Thompson does end up setting the school record for most receptions in a career. He tops Robert Woods' record dating back from when he was a receiver at USC from 2010 to 2012. So he did it only 3 years. Brandon Thompson did have a little bit more time, but it's still extremely impressive what he was able to accomplish at USC. Thought about leaving after last year, but chose to remain here in school because he wanted to be a part of a national championship team. And thus far, this drive is going to finish, and they're showing some national championship characteristics for sure, man. You love to see the character on this football team, as USC is going to go ahead and run it into the end zone yet again. And it does bear some uncomfortable questions. Is Nevada fraudulent? I mean, I don't know what to say, but even though they do get an interception right there, that is going to help them out a little bit. Their offense does not provide them with the same kind of leniency, so to speak. And so USC is going to score yet again. They get another touchdown on the board, and they're going to eventually run away with this thing. Trojans end up winning convincingly, 42-14. Handing the Wolfpack their first loss of the season and getting humbled in the process. One studio update that we did get during that result is Missouri taking on the Chippewas. They can't find magic 2 weeks in a row as Missouri was able to win this time around. But before we get into the final top 25 matchup here in week number 6, there was a couple of other later scores that went final that I wanted to take the time to talk about. Georgia was able to beat South Carolina 59-17. And so the Bulldogs are certainly rolling right now, as that's a sexy burp right there. Georgia's going to be 6-0 and looking to make a strong case to be the number 1 team in the country. As for what's going on in the SEC, Miami and Georgia Southern met up in a battle of 4-1 teams, but the Eagles could not beat the fraudulent allegations. Miami was able to pimp slap them 41-7 as the Hurricanes are looking to climb into the top 15 in the nation. But we will go ahead and close out week number 6 with UCLA, the number 1 team in the nation, going on the road to take on the California Bears. Now, the Bears are reeling from their first loss of the season, suffering at the hands of San Diego State, and they're going to be looking to avoid that second loss in a row. You know, definitely want to avoid those losing streaks, regardless of what time of the football season it is. But UCLA is not an easy team to take down by any stretch of the imagination, and we see that early on with UCLA able to take that early lead. But the California Bears are willing to fight back. Later in the first quarter, California has themselves a red zone opportunity all the time in the world to throw that particular pass, and Damian Jackson's going to be able to turn that into a handful of yards. So it does make this a much more manageable third down conversion because of it. They go with the halfback draw, and Daryl Johnson is going to be able to pick it up. Not a flashy gain or a flashy run by any means, but it does move the chains, and eventually on 1st and goal, it is going to set up a Jeremy Ross touchdown that allows Cal to go ahead and tie things right back up. Late in the first quarter, though, as UCLA looks to respond back and retake the lead, trying the throw to the right-hand side, it's intercepted, and it's going the other way. No one is going to be able to track this young man down. Touchdown, Cal! And Maurice Reed, the true freshman out of Salida, Colorado, gives Cal the lead. And Cal's lead is going to grow as well. They get another touchdown on the board. And so they got themselves a nice little dominant 2-score game here in midway through the second quarter. So the number 1 team in the nation facing a little bit of adversity, but looking to dig out of it as George Robinson is going to catch the touchdown. It will cut that deficit in half. And then when we get into the second half as well, another touchdown for the UCLA passing game. This time it's Edwin Holden who allows UCLA to tie it up. And it was from there in that second half, UCLA just started to take control. This is how they want to play. You know, they might not be a team that starts fast all the time, but they know how to wear you down, and where down did they accomplish against this California team. Another goal line situation here. They just need to pick up a single yard, and they're going to pick up a lot more than that single yard as Vince Cobb finds the end zone. Another touchdown for UCLA, and we thought the Bruins were just going to be just like a dead man walking or something like that. No, we end up seeing UCLA put up 31 unanswered points before California is gonna score again. And granted, while that touchdown does make the score look closer, the game was never in doubt, especially with that strong second half, which means UCLA for the time being will remain undefeated. But taking a look at some other scores around the country, primarily in the Pac-12, we see Washington State hold serve against Fresno State. Then Arkansas State is able to take down Clemson in a non-conference matchup. Meanwhile, Kansas State, which was coming off of one of its worst seasons in school history, pulls the upset off against number 5 Wisconsin. So there was actually no changes to the top 25, so we'll take a quick look to see who are the standout performers of week number 6. Eric Carter, the senior defensive lineman for Tennessee, ends up helping the Volunteers beat Florida 48-30, as Eric Carter ended up with multiple sacks as well as a forced fumble that he ended up recovering on his own. And then also, what about the offensive NCSL Player of the Week for week number 6? Brent Walters, the senior redshirt out of Iowa State, helped lead the Cyclones to a 41-24 victory over Eastern Michigan. He ended up being a huge factor for why his team won, as he ended up throwing for 5 touchdown passes in that game. But let's go ahead and dive right into week number 7, encompassing one of the more critical games of the week. We got Washington State making the trip into the state of Nevada, the Battle-Born State, taking on the Nevada Wolfpack, as both teams are looking to get to that 5-1 start and try to build some serious momentum as we get into the second half of the season, which momentum was hard to come by in this game for sure. But we have a huge momentum shifter here to start the second half. They needed this kick return, and they got it. Aaron Fuller takes it 92 yards for a kick return touchdown, giving the Cougars the lead. However, in the fourth quarter, both teams struggling to score. That one could be the difference. Aaron Dorsey providing Nevada some points to give them a 1-point lead, except with 1 minute left to play. Kicker is out on the field, a chance to give the Cougars the lead, and it's good! Washington State would then go on and win this particular game 19-17, a big win for the Cougars. But while that initial top 25 matchup was wrapping up, let's go ahead and now check on some early scores that just went final. We got Missouri dominating the border war matchup against Kansas 51-14 as Missouri seeks to sneak into that top 10 as they look to get back to the college football playoff for the first time in a couple of years. Meanwhile, a major shocker unfolds here in week number 7 as Indiana, yes, the Indiana Hoosiers are going to stun Ohio State in triple overtime, which means the Buckeyes have now lost 3 consecutive games and will likely fall out of the top 25 because of this. As for the Alabama Crimson Tide, they are still going to roll as they'll take down South Alabama 59-26. The Alabama Crimson Tide off to a 5-0 start and poised to sneak into the top 5. So we will continue our week number 7 action with number 19 Wisconsin, fresh off of really having an upset pulled on them by Kansas State. Well, they don't get a rest week here. They got to go and take on Iowa since dropping their opening game. Iowa is coming in on a 3-game winning streak. So Wisconsin is going to come in and they're certainly going to have a tough challenge out here in Kinnick Stadium. But thus far, it seems like this Wisconsin Badgers team is handling it pretty well until most of the way in the second quarter. A momentum changing play, taking it all the way to the crib. Touchdown, Iowa. And just like that, the Hawkeyes find themselves out in front against a key American Conference opponent. So now the Wisconsin Badgers are down by a field goal. That was a huge change, but they will retake the lead on the very next drive, though, as CJ Jones gets himself wide butt naked open there. Touchdown for the Badgers. And just like that, Wisconsin is going to retake the lead. But Iowa's still got a couple of timeouts that they can work with. We'll see what they do with those 2 timeouts. As long as they get out of bounds, they can in fact save them though. However, less than a minute left though. Quarterback's going to drop back. Fryer over the middle. Peter Hardy is going to make the catch, but it was caught in bounds. So Iowa will use yet another timeout. Still got 1 timeout to work through. Looking over to the left-hand side. He's got an open man in the end zone. It's John Jones. Touchdown, Hawkeyes. And Iowa is back in front once again. Wisconsin cannot answer back, so Iowa does get 1 more crack at it, but they might have been better off just taking a knee because this pass gets intercepted, and Will Collins is going to take it all the way back to the crib. So Wisconsin takes the lead into halftime, and it's going to remain a very close game throughout. Both teams desperately want this win, because this has huge American Conference implications right here. And Iowa is right on the doorstep. First and goal. We're going to go power I, but it's actually a pass downfield. Open into the end zone. It's a touchdown for Iowa. Mike Brown is going to have his 3rd passing touchdown of the afternoon. And it gives the Hawkeyes the lead late. But they need a critical stop on defense, and they're gonna get that stop. This might go all the way as well. Could this be the exclamation point? Yes, it is. Cliff Concepcion in the end zone. Touchdown, Iowa. And the Hawkeyes have the lead, and it should seal the deal. But hold up now. Wait a minute. Wisconsin gets a touchdown with less than a minute to go. And now it's going to come down to this onside kick. If they can get this onside kick, it could get very interesting all of a sudden. Ball is loose. And it's recovered by the Wisconsin Badgers. This team is certainly not done yet. Less than a minute left to play, though, as Wisconsin needs to get into field goal range. This could very well do it. Gets inside the 30-yard line, and it does set up field goal range positioning. But I'm sure this Wisconsin team, Powell, we're going to throw over to the right-hand side, gets even closer, and even does the favor of centering it out a little bit as Michael Grant, heck of a time to get your first catch of the entire afternoon. Wisconsin jumps right into their no-huddle offense. Here we go. Powell trying to throw over to the left-hand side, but it's tight coverage, and it ends up being intercepted. Just didn't get enough air under that football, and so I was able to hang on, and Wisconsin drops their second game of the year. Meanwhile, USC has got a big game in the Pac-12 as number 4 USC travels to take on the number 6 ranked San Diego State Aztecs. We'll see who wants to gain some superiority within the Pacific Division. This could be one of those games where we look back and see who's in that Pac-12 championship. This could be one of those games right here, but USC right on the doorstep to get this particular game going, and they have a chance to go ahead and draw the very first blood out here in San Diego. Going to be a quick run here for James Redd, as James Redd's going to quickly find the end zone. That's a touchdown for the Trojans in order to get on the board. However, San Diego State does end up going free and out, and the Trojans march themselves right back down to the field for yet another red zone opportunity. We'll see what this USC squad can do with it as they face a 3rd and short. A lot of options here to pick up this yard, and they choose to pass it. It's completed over the middle to Josh Blunt. Josh Blunt nearly scoring as well on his first catch of the day, and it will set up this particular speed option a couple of plays later for Jacob Pierce. So the Trojans of USC will score yet again. And after that, USC was just able to pull away and just run away with this game. So they end up dominating San Diego State. And there was another moment of domination as we saw Missouri kill Kansas. NIU was almost on that upset alert. They had a tough one against ECU, but they win. So before we go and check in on those conference standings as we're reaching that halfway point in the season, quickly, let's check out what we got going on around the country. Arkansas continues to be unbeaten as they take down South Carolina 48-38 on the road, handing Gamecocks their 5th loss of the year. However, a major upset unfolds as Washington is going to suffer their 3rd loss of the season. Louisville wins 35-14, and Washington will not be beating those overrated allegations anytime soon. Meanwhile, Georgia was able to beat UAB pretty handily 42-9 as the Bulldogs are looking strong as we approach the second half of the season. Speaking of teams that are still unbeaten, Penn State is another one of those squads as they beat up on Maryland 31-14 this time around. The Nittany Lions looking strong in second half. Ole Miss was in a little bit of a shootout against Auburn, but the Rebels will prevail. They win 42-35 here as they're able to beat the magic of Jordan-Hare Stadium. Finally, in a game that surprisingly went to College game day, Florida State was able to play spoiler. An extremely slow start, having them start 1-4. This was a must win, and the Seminoles certainly got that. Big time win against the Miami Hurricanes. Now this does officially take us to the halfway point of the season, so let's take a quick look around to see what are we seeing in terms of conference championship races. We'll start with, in alphabetical order, the ACC coming first in the Carolinas division, and right now seems like every team is still in it for the Carolinas division. Should be a lot of mid that is in here. No at-large is probably going to come from this group. However, for the Commonwealth, that is a much different story. Duke Blue Devils seem like to be the main flag bearer as of right now. 3-0 conference record and ranked number 24 in the country, but still kind of the same deal. No one is really out of it just quite yet, although it seems less realistic to see, every single one of these teams actually in it for that conference championship hunt. As for the American Conference, moving over to the Frontier Division, what we got going on here is essentially a 4-team race. Nebraska, Iowa State, and Kansas State all need to play each other. Missouri is a pretty good football team, and they'll have a big test against Wisconsin as well. That might have some big American Conference implications. Same could be said for the Lake Division as well, as Iowa and Western Michigan actually still undefeated in conference play. Central Michigan, who was ranked at some point last season, only off to 2-4, but they're holding their own in conference play. Now, as for the Big 12, it was a big surprise last year when someone other than Texas made it out to the Big 12 championship game, but we might have a different story this year. Texas is in here, of course, but a few other teams that could possibly challenge, including Baylor, Houston, and Texas A&M. As for who would be on the other side, there's a great story coming out of Dallas, Texas, as North Texas is 5-0 to start the season. They're tied for first place alongside with TCU. And then a couple of other teams chasing include Oklahoma State, which has every right to have a real argument to be ranked in the top 25. And of course, Tulsa, who has held their own in the early parts of Big 12 conference action. Meanwhile, the Buckeye Division is providing some good parity for a change. We got a tie for first place between Cincinnati and Toledo right now, tied with that 2-0 record. Couple of other smaller Ohio teams in the hunt with Kent State and Ohio. And yes, you do end up seeing Ohio State at the bottom of the Big Ten division right now. Meanwhile, the Hoosier Division is looking to most likely be a 2-team race. The game against Michigan and Miami of Ohio is going to likely decide who wins the Hoosier Division. Indiana is right in there in the thick of things, surprising some folks, even though they don't have a ton of talent on the roster. 4-2 is nothing to snuff at. As for Conference USA, the Colonial Division looks like they are the weaker of the Conference USA divisions this year, as Rutgers is the only team in here that actually does have a conference win, so there could be a lot of mediocrity out of the Colonial this year. As for the Union, it's a completely different story. Could be an absolute bloodbath in the second half of the season. Penn State, Pittsburgh, and Army are all ranked in the top 12 as well. And who's to say Syracuse or Boston College could make things interesting as well, right? Buffalo, not out of it either. So that could definitely happen here in this Conference USA division right here. Quick look at the independents, as San Jose State is 4-2, while the Warhawks are 1-6. Meanwhile, in the MAC, we got the Blues division here, with the southern part of the MAC, basically. Two teams that are tied with undefeated records right now. Mid-Tennessee State, who's ranked number 7 in the nation. And then you got Louisville, who also is undefeated in conference play as well. Couple of other teams that are chasing include Tennessee and Western Kentucky, who actually just suffered their first loss of the season, losing to that Tennessee team that we just talked about. As for the Great Lakes could be interesting once again, as Marshall does have the early lead, but the perennial favorite at this point in Northern Illinois, they only have suffered one loss, and they still have to play Marshall as well, so certainly not out of it yet, but Marshall is certainly going to make things fun in the MAC. Meanwhile, the most exciting conference that we got in college football is the Mountain West because of the parity that's in here. And right now, that parity is showing out. Got a two-way tie between New Mexico and Air Force, who haven't been traditional players in the Mountain West. Colorado is here as well. They have one loss. And then Arizona State, who was in the college football playoff as the Mountain West representative, they're also in here as well with just one loss. Meanwhile, in the Mountain Division is a similar story, as many teams that are still in it, notably BYU, who does have the early lead, but they also play considerably less games than your Boise States, your Utahs, and your Wyoming Cowboys as well. So more to come for the Mountain West. However, that being said, let's go ahead and shift over to the Pac-12. We got a surprising leader out of the Pac-12 right now. It's Washington State, climbing up to number 15 in the nation. They're currently ahead, but have to play many of these teams still in conference play. One of them is Washington, of course, but seems like the state of Washington will produce a person that's going to make an appearance in the conference championship. The Pacific Division, meanwhile, going to be a different story here. Looks like there's more teams that are in it for the Pacific. Right now, got two very talented teams in UCLA as well as USC that's in here as well, undefeated in conference play. San Diego State not too far behind. They did just suffer their first conference loss of the year to USC very recently, so they'll need a little bit of help, but San Diego State is a really good football team in its own right. Speaking of really good football teams, there's certainly a good one there in Georgia, who has raced out to 5-0 in conference play, but they'll still need to take on teams like Georgia Tech. Georgia Tech coming in with that 2-0 conference record, and they got a good team, not a great team, but a good team, and they can find a way to maybe get an upset win here in that battle of old-fashioned hate. I've seen it before. Georgia Southern, on the other hand, certainly not completely out of it either, but they'll need to basically win out in the SEC if they want to have a shot. On the other side, it seems like Miami has figured out how to play defense again, as they are back on top of the Sunshine Division, albeit not ranked as of right now. Couple of other teams that are in play, as they're sitting at 500 at the moment, is the Florida Gators and UCF, but this is a division that has not been as strong as what we've seen from previous years. And then finally, we got the Sun Belt Conference, and we got a team that has been surging tremendously. Starting at the season off unranked, Arkansas has been having some great times in the Sun Belt right now. 5-0 in the division specifically. And that being said, they have been so good in the division, they've really controlled their own destiny at this point. No one else is really going to challenge Arkansas at this point. However, on the other side, things are a little bit more up for discussion, as even though Alabama is in the lead and they do have the win over Ole Miss, they still also have to play the Troy Trojans, who have been known to play a little bit of spoiler. So could be Alabama as the favorite to this point, but still a lot of football that, of course, still needs to be played. And with that being said, let's go ahead and jump into the second half of this season. So now that we have some context in terms of where his teams stand in the conference races, let's now go ahead and jump into the second half of the season. And we start with a massive one, the Keystone Pipeline Battle. Number 10 Penn State going on the road to take on the current number 1 team in America, the Pittsburgh Panthers. Yes, you heard that right. Pittsburgh, number 1 in the country. And we'll see how long that holds, as Pittsburgh is going to score first. But there is a penalty on the field, so hold on to everything. But hold up, we actually have a penalty on the defense. So my man's was offsides and still allowed that touchdown. That is some crazy work there. So Pittsburgh's going to take that 7-0 lead here early, but later on in the first quarter, Lance Gray is going to run it into the end zone himself. He gets his 8th rushing touchdown of the season and allows his Nittany Lions to tie it right back up at 7 apiece. However, later on in the first quarter, Pittsburgh is going to respond back immediately, and they're going to take a 14-7 lead into the next quarter. Gray is going to throw over the middle. He can run the ball, but he can certainly pass that football around too. My man has nearly 200 yards passing in that first half. Still has at least another drive in him. But this Pittsburgh team, it might be just a little bit too much, because the scoring onslaught from Pittsburgh is going to continue. Jacob Whitmore is absolutely on fire as well. He's got 3 passing touchdowns in that first half. He's absolutely killing it right now. But this Nittany Lion team, man, they are certainly not blinking, and they're certainly rising to the occasion as well. It takes us into the fourth quarter, where both teams are tied at 24 apiece. Conference USA front seat driving in the balance right now. As here we go, fourth quarter, Whitmore is going to fire over to the right hand side and finds Michael Thomas in the end zone, and it's another touchdown for the Pittsburgh Panthers. And Jacob Whitmore's excellent day continues. 4 touchdowns, no interceptions. He almost got himself a 5th touchdown right there. Nick Houston, borderline unguardable, and sensing an advantage. They're going to get to the line of scrimmage quickly. Going to run it this time around on the speed option. Whitmore pitches it out to John Thompson in the end zone. Touchdown, Panthers! And with a strong 4th quarter, Pittsburgh is going to end up winning it 45-24. So that could have some implications in the Conference USA later on. But for now, we check back in on that Pac-12. Washington State is undefeated in Pac-12 action right now, starting off 2-0 in the conference, where Cal is still searching for that first win of the season in the conference. And listen, Cal is certainly not a bad team at all. It just goes to show really the overall strength of the Pac-12 in its final year of existence, I believe, as Washington State does manage to take that early lead here. But Damian Jackson will rectify that with a quick rushing touchdown early in the second quarter. Allows this game to be briefly tied, but Washington State will score off screen, and they have a chance to build upon this lead further, depending on what they can do on this particular possession as well. Less than a minute left, firing over to the left-hand side, dumps it off to the tailback, Josh Bird. Josh Bird does not pick up the first down, but does manage to pick up a good chunk of yards that will eventually set up this rushing touchdown for Jeff Owens. And Washington State will have a commanding lead going into the halftime locker room. Unfortunately for Calvo, things will not get better, or at least not much better for them in the second half, as Jeff Owens will find himself in the end zone yet again. And man, I'm going to tell you guys this, Cal could be in some deep trouble. I mean, they cannot afford to drop their 3rd game in a row, which is exactly what Cal would do if they end up having to lose this game as well. So desperately needed at this moment that Cal does get a touchdown on their next possession, but they miss the extra points. So that means that 2-point conversion might have to come into play if they want to tie things up. However, for now, we're going to try to just stop this offense from finding the end zone yet again. A critical possession for the California Bears. Well, with little success, they get down to the goal line yet again. Owens got some time to throw over the middle. Finds Tyrone Brewster in the end zone. Touchdown, Cougars! And Washington State will score yet again. And this last score is just a little bit of that cherry on top, to be honest with you. Washington State is going to pull away, and Cal is going to fall to just 0-3 in conference action. So a tough one for Cal. We'll see if they bounce back like a J-Song album. Missouri is going to go ahead and go on the road to take on Wisconsin. And Wisconsin desperately needs this game. You know, the defending national champions, if they drop their 3rd game, you might as well kiss their college football playoff hopes goodbye. Because then at this point, they'll be 1-3, so they'll likely be out of it for trying to go to that American Championship game. And then a 9-3 record would, even if they win out after this game, I don't know if that would be enough to get in as an at-large, but I've seen crazier things before from this game over the years. But that being said, that's one of those crazy things. Just scooping it off the ground, and now could take it all the way. No! Dropped inside the 15-yard line, but still an excellent play. Something that this Missouri offense needs as they struggle to find any sort of consistency today. They're going to be able to poach in and take advantage, as Antoine Bryant's going to be able to find the end zone. So Missouri has a decent little lead now. They're up 19-10 thus far. And so Wisconsin facing adversity at home. Can this 12th man in Madison will them to a victory? A victory that they must have. Some people want a victory. This team needs one. They're desperately starving for one, as they're going to run it to the right-hand side, and Michael Grant's going to find the end zone. Touchdown, Wisconsin, and the Badgers pull to within just a couple of points. So here we go, fourth quarter of action. Missouri still up by a couple. This could help them put it away ultimately, as Robert Mills gets open in the back of the end zone. They go for the extra point, and the extra point is good. But Conrad Powell's going to try to respond, but is going to throw that interception. Wisconsin won the turnover battle, but they didn't win the most important thing, putting up more points on that scoreboard. So, with that being said, we'll take one more look around the country, see what's going down. Georgia Tech is going to beat Miami 38-31, and the Hurricanes are in serious danger of missing the playoff for the second year in a row, as they end up dropping their third game of the season as well. Now, while we're waiting for a couple of the later top 25 games to get started, we had a couple of other score updates around the country. Michigan, for example, went on the road to take on a winless Purdue squad, and Michigan was able to beat Purdue, but the Boilermakers put up a pretty good fight, even though they were winless coming into this ball game. But a shocker goes final, as down goes the Georgia Bulldogs, suffering their first loss of the season at the hands of Tennessee. The Volunteers are able to shock Georgia by winning 37-28, and I would expect that when the polls come out next week, we could expect to see Tennessee shown in that top 25. And then, of course, Texas was able to take down UTSA as the Longhorns won 38-21. So Texas will remain undefeated for right now in Big 12 conference play, and also have a chance to hop into the top 5 when we jump into week number 9. But let's go ahead and keep things rolling here in week number 7, as we got number 9 Arkansas taking on the number 5 ranked Alabama Crimson Tide in a battle of unbeatens within the Sun Belt Conference. So we're going to see what's going to shake out here, because one of these two teams has to lose, and that could have huge implications in terms of if these two teams were to meet again in the Sun Belt Championship game, because these two teams are in opposite divisions. Well, we could be looking at one of those games where could we possibly see, the winner of this game hosting that Sun Belt Championship, and that could have a huge advantage for that home team that does get the host, having that 12th man in your back pocket. That could be absolutely huge. And Arkansas does get off to a fast start here. They get off to an extremely fast start here. They take a 10-0 lead after a quarter of action. But here comes Alabama. Looking to put together a salvo of their own. Firing over the middle. And it's caught by John Knox, who has been unguardable here in this second quarter. That's his second touchdown of the quarter. And it gives Alabama the lead. But let's see what Arkansas can do now that they got the rock in their hands as well. Marquise Christensen, one of the running backs who transferred from the FCS level, he's able to nearly pick up the first down. And it leaves Mike Crum with a play action opportunity late in that third down play. All the time in the world, and is able to make the right read and able to move the chains. Couple of plays later, is going to throw over to right hand side, breaks a tackle, breaks through another one, as Bryant Turner is going to surge forward with a 15-yard catch of his own, as Arkansas slowly but surely driving down the field. And here's the scary part: Arkansas, they still have all of their timeouts as well. They have plenty of time to be methodical down the field, and they're certainly going to get it here, as Marquise Christensen is going to find the end zone. Touchdown, Razorbacks! And that gives us a tied game here in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. But let's see if that holds here with 1:07 left to play here in the first half, as Alabama's going to take this return out, gets down to the sideline, and it's nearly dropped at about midfield. Man, that man was almost off for the races, but Still great field position here for the Crimson Tide as their quarterback is going to show some moves. Oh my! He's calling him a Maroon 5 band member because he's got those moves like Jagger, and it's going to help Alabama retake the lead before we go into halftime. So Alabama already has the lead, but not only did they have the lead, they also get the ball to start this second half as well, as once again, John Knox is able to get open in the red zone, sets up yet another touchdown. And if that ain't bad enough, they found a way to get him involved in this running game as well. So John Knox ends up with 4 total touchdowns on the day. And while Arkansas will score for the first time since the end of the first half, it will simply not be enough, as Arkansas will not be leaving Tuscaloosa with a win. Instead, they suffer their first loss of the season. Meanwhile, out in the Pac-12, Nevada goes on the road to take on a Washington team that is simply just trying to hang on by a singular thread at 500. And the only reason, let's be real, the only reason Washington is getting this kind of benefit of the doubt is because of the fact that the rest of the Pac-12 has been so good. Usually, we probably would not see a 3-3 team ranked in the top 25, but that's where we're at right now, and gotta give credit to Washington. They're doing what they're doing against Nevada. They have the lead, but in this fourth quarter, Nevada has a chance to take it from the jaws of defeat, and they will. Nevada is going to score in the fourth quarter, and they don't look back after that. Nevada's going to beat Washington, which means the Huskies will be kicked from the top 25. So with some upsets that we saw around the country, it created a little bit of a change of pecking order, so to speak, right? So we do have a couple of new teams in the top 5, for example. Alabama jumps up after an impressive win against Arkansas. And then Mid-Tennessee State, they've just been chilling, man. 6-0 going into this point of the season as well. They should have a very winnable game against Vanderbilt. Now, as for other movements in the side, this top 25, Army does move up a few spots. They're up to number 8, as is Iowa as well. Missouri does move into the top 10 because they did get that big-time win against Wisconsin. As for teams that are trending downward, Georgia, we saw them take their first loss of the season. They fell down 8 spots, but Tennessee does get ranked. We'll see their positioning here in a little bit. North Texas, on the other hand, the most impressive offensive performance of the season so far. They put up 73 in a win against Tulsa, and allows them to move up 4 spots because of that, while Arkansas falls 5 because of their loss to Alabama. Other things to consider is Penn State is down 6 spots as they lost the Pipeline Showdown against Pitt. Nevada somehow moves down after beating a Washington team that was actually ranked at the time, so I thought that was very interesting to see. Nebraska is up a couple of spots, NIU is up 3 spots, and then we start to see a few newcomers. Tennessee, they get ranked just in time to take on Alabama, so that'll be a big test for them. Oregon and Duke move up, and then we see Georgia Tech in the top 25, and rightfully so. Cal is still hanging on by a thread, and then Auburn is in the top 25 as well after a 35-7 win over the Troy Trojans. So jumping into week number 9, we got number 2 UCLA, still undefeated by the way. Well, they now make the quicker trip down to San Diego in order to take on this Aztec team who is in this must-win situation. You could see the urgency right away with Tony Ross on that first drive leading a touchdown and San Diego State having an early lead. But UCLA is looking to come and play as well, as Sean Hawley is going to get UCLA down by the goal line, where a couple of plays later they're going to pound it through with Jerome Harris in order to tie things up here in San Diego. That being said, jumping into the second quarter of action here, 10-7 game, as Tony Ross going to take it himself on the quarterback draw and actually get himself some decent results there. He's going to be able to make this a 3rd and 5 As now, Ross is going to throw over to the right-hand side. He's going to make some men miss on the outside. And Evan Wilson nearly had a touchdown there, but it's going to be just a little short. However, Tony Ross is going to rectify that as the Aztecs find the end zone once again. So a back and forth game here in San Diego, as now UCLA, it is their turn to try and respond. We'll see what we can do here with less than 3 minutes left to play here in this first half. 2 minutes left. It's going to be a toss play out to the right-hand side. He's got some space on the perimeter, and Vince Cobb is going to get himself out of bounds inside that 2-minute mark, which means that does end up stopping the clock for the time being. Whereas their quarterback, on the other hand, he doesn't care about getting out of bounds. He's just trying to run through you as much as humanly possible. As now, 2nd and 4 coming up. Bowie got time, fires over the middle, and finds William Jones in the end zone, and it's a touchdown for UCLA. So the Bruins take the lead, but the Aztecs sometime in the second half do end up getting a field goal. So now here we are in this fourth quarter of action. We are tied up at 17 apiece. Who wins the fourth quarter? They'll end up winning the ball game. Ross is going to run this one out to the outside and finds the end zone. Touchdown, San Diego State. However, UCLA will figure out how to offense again, as right after San Diego State scores, Vince Cobb is going to do the same thing for UCLA. It creates a tied ball game, but the Aztecs with a chance to retake the lead, and they do it with Tony Ross. Stop me if you heard that particular sentence before. So the Aztecs have the lead yet again, and they need a big drive from their senior quarterback in order to keep this game going. And sure enough, Bowie's going to get it started here, able to get across the 40-yard line on a timely run there. And they still have 3 of their timeouts too. Bowie's going to float this one out to the outside, and it's caught by William Jones. Touchdown, UCLA. And the Bruins will tie things up here, knotted at 31 apiece. That being said, though, 31-31 does end up being your score. So we do go into overtime, and we start with the first overtime period. Tony Ross is going to run it in himself. That's a touchdown, and that's big because UCLA opted to be on defense first, and it did backfire there a little bit. Now UCLA needs a touchdown of their own. Can they get it from their offense? Yes, they do. Vince Cobb is going to have them score there, and so we're going to need a second overtime now. Let's see what the second overtime brings. This time with UCLA starting with the ball, and that was a nice 10 toes down movement for George Robinson, who gives UCLA the lead. And now they just need a stop from their defense, and this game is over. Let's see if that stop can be provided. San Diego State on their second overtime drive, having a 3rd and 2, facing pressure, but Tony Ross is able to get it out in just a nick of time. And that means the Aztecs get a brand new set of downs. They got 4 plays to move this ball 5 yards. That's all they need, and they're going to be able to accomplish that. So that's another touchdown for the Aztecs there, and that means that we will in fact need a 3rd overtime. And this 3rd overtime will have San Diego State starting out with the football here, trying to run it down the left-hand side. Both teams are just absolutely exhausted. At this point, it just really comes down to who can just dig just a little bit deeper, as that touchdown gives the Aztecs the lead, and they're going to try to go for it here on the 2-point conversion. Finds it in the corner of the end zone, so the 2-point conversion is good. And now UCLA needs to respond. Bowie's going to drop back the pass. He's got a clean pocket. He's going to fire over the middle for a really good completion there, as it now sets up a goal line opportunity again for UCLA. one that will be capitalized by Vince Cobb. But that being said, they need to pick up this 2-point conversion. They go with a quick pass over the middle, and it is caught. And that means we will now need a 4th overtime. Overtime number 4 coming up, but Bowie makes a big mistake there. He wants to try and set up the middle screen, and the Aztecs jump all over it. And because there's no flags, and because it gets taken all the way back, San Diego State is going to walk it off on essentially a pick 6. Oh my goodness. So that's how it ends, with a 4 overtime game. What a classic, man. And we also had a classic in Northern California as well. Stanford winning a close one against Fresno State as well. But while all that insanity was going down, we also had some other games go final as well. Arkansas was able to bounce back as they survive a tough challenge from Ole Miss. The Razorbacks come out on top 27-24 to get back to those winning ways. As for the Michigan Wolverines, they were able to win a key game against Miami of Ohio, winning 44-31, which means Michigan controls its own path to get to the Big Ten Championship here in year number 8. Meanwhile, the Penn State Nittany Lions were taking on the Temple Owls in a Battle of Pennsylvania. Penn State was able to come out on top 20-6 as they also get back to their winning ways as well. However, I expect to see at least one newcomer to the top 25 this week as Cal loses its 4th game in a row. They lose to Washington 42-28 and are now 0-4 in Pac-12 conference play. Meanwhile, the Minnesota Golden Gophers are under a same fate as they're still searching for their first American Conference win. It will not come at the hands of Missouri as this 10th ranked squad wins 27-14. As for College Game Day, it makes its trip up to Jacksonville, Florida for the world's biggest cocktail party, although it seems like Georgia will be celebrating even more. The Bulldogs win 44-27 as they retain an undefeated record in SEC play. As for the USC Trojans, they'll also remain undefeated in Pac-12 conference play, beating Hawaii 52-17, which means that cross-country trip was no problem for the Trojans. And finally, wrapping up these mid-game updates, Texas is going to beat TCU 45-28 as the Texas Longhorns seek to get inside the top 5 because of what we saw UCLA in losing their first game in the season. But one of the most intense rivalries in all of college football is that third Saturday in October, and Alabama going on the road to take on Tennessee. Even though these two teams are in two different conferences because of that geographical realignment. That being said, there is certainly still no love lost between these two teams, and Tennessee is looking to make a statement as they've been trying to make that resurgence back into the forefront of college football, and they certainly have a chance to do so here, carrying a 2-touchdown lead against the undefeated Crimson Tide, a team that could be seen as one of those favorites at this point in the season. That is going to shatter in the matter of 60 minutes unless something drastic absolutely changes soon. Tennessee is going to go ahead and run it up the gut. No, it's a read option, and Kyle Pitts is going to keep it. Another touchdown for Tennessee, and the signature win does end up being completed. So Alabama will no longer be considered in the ranks of the unbeatens. And while we were having that third Saturday in October play out right in front of our eyes, we do get some opportunities to take a look at some other scores that are happening around the country. For example, Wisconsin is able to beat Bowling Green close, so they're starting to surge up a little bit. But they'll still have some work to do, though, as Missouri, who's ranked in the top 10, well, Missouri also is able to win as well. Meanwhile, in terms of other studio updates, Mid-Tennessee State. Yes, folks, we get ourselves a Blue Raiders update. Mid-Tennessee State is able to win a close one against Vanderbilt, 33-27. So the Blue Raiders, surprisingly, are still going to be undefeated, are going to move ahead of Alabama. Imagine saying that at the start of this season. Finally, Army is going to win a close one against the Syracuse Orange. Alright, so we have a new number 1 team in the nation, and that can only mean one thing. Something catastrophic truly happened. So what happened here? So Mid-Tennessee State, your new number 1 team in the nation, they're going to be taking on Tennessee here pretty shortly. Rest of your top 5 is going to be looking completely different as well. USC is up to 2. Michigan is up to 3. Texas up to number 4. And then Army is going to get that last spot at number 5 in the entire country. Now, even outside of that top 5, we have even more change. UCLA falls 4 spots after a stunning loss to San Diego State in triple overtime. Iowa's up a couple of spots, as is Missouri, with San Diego State getting into the top 10 because of their big win against UCLA. Rounding out your top 10 is North Texas, who gets up to number 10 in the country. Meanwhile, Alabama's going to fall 8 spots to number 11. Georgia is down at 12. So, with that being said, what did happen to Pittsburgh? Well, Pittsburgh ended up losing to Boston College, 42-24. That is good enough to see Boston College ranked, and that is certainly a newcomer, but who else is here, though? Tennessee is up 3 spots to number 17 in the nation. They get a chance to play against the new number 1 team in college football. And with that being said, Boston College is your newcomer, with California dropping out as of a result of losing to Washington. So here we are, finding ourselves in week number 10 already, and let's go ahead and check things out around college football. Does Boston College hold out as a top 25 team? And they do for the time being, beating Virginia Tech 45-21, getting to that impressive 6-2 record here in year number 8. As for the Michigan Wolverines, the battle of Paul Bunyan's axe does end up becoming pretty one-sided as they demolish Michigan State 40-10. That means the Spartans are not going to be bowl eligible here in year number 8. And of course, the Missouri Tigers pimp slap Iowa State 44-14 as Missouri continues to roll through season number 8. A team that made the playoffs a couple of seasons ago, they look to be poised for the exact same thing. But we will go ahead and dive into the meat of week number 9, starting with number 18, Nevada, traveling to that Onsen Stadium to take on the number 21st ranked Oregon Ducks. Oregon looking to avoid their 4th loss of the season. Any hope for Oregon to get into the playoff? They're going to essentially need to win out. And Nevada, it would certainly help them out too if they won the rest of their games as well. So really, for like playoff purposes, especially for those at-large bids, definitely think this game as more of a what you would call an elimination game, so to speak. So critical game for both teams here. Nevada, of course, not expected to totally be here, but Oregon had some higher expectations, as that touchdown there by Joel Steffens is going to allow the Wolfpack to pull to within just a field goal here. And then it's going to get even bigger with Sean Malloy able to get downfield. Huge catch there for a gain of 23. As now Nevada has a chance to take the lead. Looking to throw over the middle, and it's going to be caught by Josh Benson. Benson's going to pick up a gain of 10. Meanwhile, 2nd and 6 coming up here a couple of plays later, as the quarterback's going to drop back and fires the corner route to Joel Steffens, who finds the end zone. Touchdown, Nevada! And the Wolfpack are going to take the lead. But how long would that actually last, though? Oregon's going to take the kickoff out and is actually going to pick up some really good yards there, courtesy of Adam Holden. So Oregon's going to start with pretty good field position here, about the 40-yard line, matter of fact. So they have all of their timeouts. They don't even have to drive as far as what you expect for your average 2-minute drills. So one more first down here, and hey, this team could be in field goal range at the very least. with Jamie Jensen making sure that they get to that spot, but I'm sure that they're thinking about quite a bit more though, as our quarterback again is going to drop back facing some intense pressure. But again, we'll find Jamie Jensen over that right hand side. It's been a good security blanket on this particular drive, as Oregon's going to set up with 18 seconds left. We're going to throw over to the left hand side, and it's caught by Seth Sanders in the end zone. Touchdown, Oregon. And the Ducks are going to carry a lead into halftime. But that $1 million question is, can they hold on to it? Because this is not your typical Nevada team that we have seen in years past. This Nevada team has got a lot more fight. They certainly have a lot more bite on them as well. Certainly more bite than bark, with the exception of the USC game, of course. But here we are in the fourth quarter. Nevada's still up by a few points, but Fred Oliver looking to change that as he found a very tight window to Seth Sanders, and he nearly has his second touchdown of the day. Instead, Oliver is going to look around and fire over the middle to Blake Henley, giving Oregon the lead. But Nevada will respond with getting a field goal up on the board as well. All knotted up at 24 apiece. As, hold up now, we got an interception here, and Nevada has a chance to win this game outright. Let's see what they managed to do. Couple of plays later, inside the 5-yard line, running it into the end zone is Josh Benson. And Nevada wins 31-24. And Oregon's hopes of going to the playoff, they might officially be cooked. Meanwhile, Auburn is going to take on Arkansas here in an intense Sun Belt Conference battle. Auburn just getting into the top 25 not too long ago, so they're going to look to see if they have what it takes to actually be a top 25 team, and this would be a really good test for a team that maybe isn't uber talented on paper, but is well coached, as Isaac Thompson is coaching this team. He's one of your guys' custom coaches as well, and this is a guy that led Maryland to the college football playoff last year, left for some greener pastures and more resources at Arkansas, as now Marquise Christensen is going to set him up in a goal line situation. So this third and goal becomes critical, as it will help Arkansas extend the lead, and they will. Marquise Christensen finds the end zone. Touchdown, Razorbacks. So the Razorbacks extend their lead, and Auburn going to desperately try to respond back, and they will there with Marcus Mitchell. That cuts it to just a field goal game, but might provide a little bit too much time though, because this Arkansas offense, it can cook there. This is a very well-coached team. This is a very well-balanced offense, utilizing two of the top FCS transfers from Season 7 coming to Arkansas. And it leads to yet another Razorback touchdown. Just threw it up for Ken Williams. And my man certainly came down with that one there. However, late in the third quarter, Auburn is going to slowly but surely work its way back into the game. They do cut it to just a one touchdown affair, especially after the extra point. And then with Arkansas not really able to respond with how they would ideally want to score, they will score again with Blake Benson. So just like that, Auburn is going to take the lead. They go into this final quarter of action with some momentum, and they're going to continue to hang on to that momentum in a big way. Kevin Miller nearly scores on that 20-yard scamper to backup running back, making the most of his opportunities. We'll see if they go back to him yet again. And instead, it's the starter, Russell Palmer, kind of going in there and taking a touchdown from the backup there, man. Like, he did a lot of the work, but not getting him the reward. You certainly hate to see that. But Chris Williams will score yet again for Auburn. So the Auburn Tigers certainly are rolling. And we also notice that Arkansas doesn't score again until this particular moment. But it might be a little bit too little too late, because they're going to go for the 2-point conversion. They're doing this for analytical reasons so that if they fail, they would have more time to have a couple of possessions versus having to do it much later in the game. And while they will eventually get the ball back, just precious few time left on the clock, Josh McDaniel does, however, score. They do manage to get the score. And in that moment, Michael Crum is also going to set the single game record for most passing yards in a single game. Almost 550 yards. And yet, if they don't get this onside kick, it's not going to be enough at the same time. Auburn will indeed capture that onside kick. And Auburn is going to be able to leave Fayetteville, Arkansas with a huge shootout type of performance. 42-40 being that particular final score there. One last game that we certainly have on the docket for week 9 in terms of notables is number 1 Mid-Tennessee State. Yes, it feels weird to say that. I know I said this earlier when the last poll came out, but we do have a number 1 ranked Blue Raiders squad. However, they are on the ropes against a more talently superior squad in Tennessee. They're hanging around, but it seems very clear that Mid-Tennessee State, well, they might actually not be the true number 1 team in the nation. They might have actually benefited from having a lighter strength of schedule. Granted, that's one of those things that teams can't control. They can't control the teams that are across from them. They're just trying to control what they can control and just trying to beat the teams that they've been assigned to play at the beginning of every season. And so Mid-Tennessee State has a chance to do that yet again, has a chance to win this game here on the final drive. This is some great yards after catch from Luke Clemens that does put the Blue Raiders in Tennessee territory. Can the Volunteers hang on, though, as they're going to run it up the middle of their quarterback? The ball is on the ground, though, and it's recovered by Tennessee. The Volunteers are going to take down the number 1 team in the nation. And that continuous carousel at the top is going to keep going. Tennessee beats Mid-Tennessee State. And so we'll find out in a little bit who's going to be that new number 1 team in the nation. But first, we'll check in some studio updates around the country. Wisconsin beats Western Michigan, which means the Broncos are now on a 3-game losing streak. One other team to keep an eye on, though, is certainly that North Texas team. Top 10 in the country. They beat Oklahoma as well. In other news, in the Sun Belt Conference, Louisiana Tech was able to beat Southern Miss 41-34 in what was quite a shootout to behold as well. But that's not all that we have coming out of the Sun Belt Conference. Tulane was also able to handle business against the Ragin' Cajuns as Tulane wins 42-24, which means Tulane is officially 1 win away from being considered bowl eligible. So that's a good achievement for the Green Wave. Then rounding out your studio updates, Iowa is able to beat Central Michigan pretty convincingly as the Hawkeyes do end up winning 42-20. They now get out to 7-1 and have a legit chance of being in the top 5. So while we were waiting for that nail biter to finish out, let's go ahead and take a look at a few other games that also went final. You know how we talked about how Georgia Tech was ranked in the top 25? Well, that is not going to last very long at all, as Georgia State wins a defensive struggle against this ranked Yellow Jacket squad in the Battle of Atlanta. However, in a game with a completely different tone, UCLA was able to outpace Stanford as UCLA was able to drop that hammer, especially in that second quarter, leading to a 50-point offensive performance for their 7th win of the year. Speaking of offensive performances, we had one of the century in the Lone Star State Showdown. Texas and Texas A&M went at it, and it took a few overtimes, but Texas was able to survive and prevail, improving to 7-1 on the season. In other news, another shootout was taking place in sunny Los Angeles as USC was able to put up a 50-burger on Fresno State. The Bulldogs still searching for their first Pac-12 victory, falling to 0-4 here in season number 8. And of course, College Game Day made the trip to Tuscaloosa as they take on the LSU Tigers. Alabama wins 24-21, which means even though Arkansas did lose this week, they will still retain being ahead in that Bayou divisional title race. Alabama will likely be hosting the Sun Belt Championship on the other hand. But with the loss to Mid-Tennessee State, we do have yet another new number one team, one that is a little bit more traditional in the sense USC is going to be here as your number one team in the nation, but a team to certainly watch out for as we get into the final month of the regular season does have to be the North Texas Mean Green, still undefeated to this point with 4 games left to play, and they are surging to number 6 even though they don't have a first place vote as of right now. Meanwhile, Mid-Tennessee State did fall 7 spots, but they're still very well respected by the top 25 committee as they are still here at number 8 in the country, albeit they do have a date with Northern Illinois that we are going to go ahead and check out shortly. Tennessee, however, does get to move up a few spots. They're up to number 14 in the nation as they get that big win against Mid-Tennessee State. Nevada moves up a couple spots after beating Oregon. Nebraska up 2 spots as well after beating Kansas State pretty convincingly. And then you got NIU, who was on bye, but they got a tough test for them. Mid-Tennessee State could determine who could be in that MAC championship game when it's all said and done. Arkansas is down 5 spots here to number 19. They are on bye this week. Speaking of Auburn, I thought we would see Auburn surpass Arkansas, but that didn't quite happen. But they have another resume boosting opportunity as they will be taking on Georgia. Rounding out your group, you got Boston College here at number 22. And then a couple of teams that are back in the top 25. Wisconsin is here. Washington State is hanging on by a thread, and they got to go play against the Aztecs of San Diego State. And then Washington is back here as well, number 25 in the country, which I feel could be a little bit controversial because they are sitting at just 500 overall on the season. But hey, they have some chances to go ahead and prove things out on the football field. So let's go ahead and now jump into the meat of week number 10. We're starting to encompass in that final month of the regular season, so it's starting to become crunch time for many teams around the country. We'll start with Pittsburgh going on the road to take on the Army Academy in a game that could very well be a key test to see who does end up going to that Conference USA championship game at the very end of the season. So we'll see who wants it more. Pittsburgh has a loss. Army has a loss on its resume as well, as the Army looks to pull away from Pittsburgh early as they're looking to throw over the middle, and that's going to be caught by Jared Maynard. Yes, you saw that right, folks. Army actually employing the forward pass. Can you actually believe that? Now, 4th and goal, Army is feeling a little spicy here, so they actually go for it, and it works out to success as they do end up finding Jared Maynard once again. So the Army Black Knights are able to extend their lead, but yet in spite of Pittsburgh's lack of fertility on the offensive side of the ball, they're still very much in this game, and that's because their kicker has actually been hard at work. They've kicked 4 field goals and they were successful on all 4 field goals, so it does give their offense a little bit of time to find some sort of rhythm. And I think midway through the 3rd quarter they might have actually found something here as Michael Thomas is able to get right down to the goal line, nearly finds the end zone there, but it's going to instead be marked short at about the 1-yard line, where they go right back to Michael Thomas, who runs it into the end zone, and the Panthers will take the lead. I just burped that sexy. They will also go for the 2-point conversion, as this is a sexy little conversion for the Pittsburgh Panthers, able to take the lead and maintain the advantage at Muncie Stadium, but Army is able to rally late and they still find a way to win. So Army controls their own destiny in the Conference USA race. Meanwhile, San Diego State pays the visit up to Pullman, Washington, where they'll take on this ranked Washington State squad. Washington State seeking to win so that they can remain in the top 25, while San Diego State, they're just trying to keep pace with the USCs of the world, who are currently on top of the Pacific Division. A loss here would mean San Diego State would be completely out of that Pac-12 title race. So a must win for both of these teams for sure. You certainly don't want to fall outside of that top 25 this late in the season as they look to throw over the middle. It's going to be caught by Josh Boyd, who makes a couple of nifty moves there, finds the end zone, and it's a touchdown for Washington State. Meanwhile, first and goal situation out here as they'll look over to the left-hand side. Evan Wilson is going to stretch his arms out across the goal line in order to keep the Aztecs back in this thing. Whereas we're going to go ahead and see a pitch out over to the right-hand side. Scott Robinson finding the end zone. Touchdown, San Diego State. And the Aztecs will take the lead. But can they hold on and win? The Aztecs are looking to just run the ball up the gut. This could be a dagger right here down the sideline. Scott Robinson gets pushed out of bounds. And so, 2 minutes left. Thankfully, Washington State still has all of their timeouts. But time is becoming of the essence. And that first down that they gave up actually really might hurt them right now. But not as much as this touchdown run by Scott Robinson that will ultimately put this game away. And the Aztecs will go on and win 35-24, which means Washington State might no longer be ranked. One last top 25 matchup that we have here in week number 10 is number 18, Northern Illinois, looking to take on number 8, Mid-Tennessee State. Did not think that we would have this kind of top 25 matchup this late in the season between these two teams, but I'll tell you something though, I'm definitely here for it. That's all I'm gonna say. I am definitely here for it, man, as you love to see two not as big brands go at it, but getting some national attention here on this particular stage, as we got a 3rd and 4 coming up, throwing over to the right hand side, and that's going to be caught for a first down. And it seems like, Northern Illinois really showing as a program that they're more experienced in these high octane and higher stakes type of games, because Northern Illinois just straight up dominates that, not only the first quarter, but really the first 3 quarters of this game. Now, we jump into that 4th quarter of action, and all of a sudden, well, Mid-Tennessee State here, they're going to make things interesting here. They're going to make something shake here, as with 5 minutes left to play, Raiders do have another pretty good drive going on. Jerome Chavez is going to get him here into a 1st and goal situation, running up the middle though, as quarterback's going to drop back, looks to the right hand side, and Jeremy Stone is going to find the end zone. Touchdown for the Blue Raiders. They made it interesting, but they made their push a little too late, as NIU was still able to find a way to win. Now, before we check out some of these other scores and maybe the polls for the top 25, here's some other notable results that did end up happening in week 10, such as Wisconsin able to beat Central Michigan, as Wisconsin is trying to surge here late in the season, and maybe they can make something shake if they can win their last 2 regular season games. Also, North Texas is able to beat TCU 38-31, which means the Mean Green are actually still undefeated, which is a really interesting thing being to see, as now we have one more studio update. Nebraska is able to beat Iowa State 51-13. The Cornhuskers are able to surge to 8-1 after this impressive victory within the American Conference. So while we had an exciting thriller at Mid-Tennessee State, we had a couple of other games that were also going final as well. George Gentry really has Boston College on the right track as they improved to 7-2, beating Syracuse 34-17, and more importantly, remaining undefeated in Conference USA play. As for the Duke Blue Devils, they will also continue to be undefeated in ACC action as they handle their business and then some against North Carolina State. They take down Wolfpack 48-28 as they proved that they should be inside that top 20. But one of the last notable games that we have in week number 10 is this battle of the hedges between number 20 Auburn and the number 12 ranked Georgia Bulldogs. And now that I think about it, this might be the first top 25 matchup that we've seen Georgia play this entire year. And that's partially because of really the resurgent season that Auburn has been able to experience. One of the more premier teams in the Sun Belt Conference. And Georgia is going to use this time here over the next 60 minutes to go ahead and demolish that brief view of immortality for Auburn. As I thought Auburn was going to just about get a sack there, but finds George Terrell, and he makes a good effort for the first down marker, but they're, it's going to be just short. They do end up picking it because, ironically, Auburn ends up being offsides, and it leads to yet another touchdown for the Georgia Bulldogs. So they're all over Auburn's ass right now in this particular matchup in the hedges, and it just quickly goes to show that while Auburn may be one of the better teams in the Sun Belt, if they want to hang with some of the better teams in the nation that happen to be outside of the Sun Belt Conference, then, well, Auburn is still going to have a little bit of work that needs to be done. And sure enough, oh baby, there is some work that needs to be done. Georgia puts up a 70-burger at home and demolishes a ranked Auburn squad. Meanwhile, Missouri is able to beat Kansas State 31-10, and so the Missouri Tigers position themselves pretty well to make a run at that American Championship crown, as well as give themselves a pretty reasonable chance to get it as an at-large if that were to fall through. But there's some good teams in the American, at least at the top. Number 7 Iowa is able to dominate Bowling Green 42-7, and so the Iowa Hawkeyes are also on that warpath as well. But to finish off week 11 action here, we do get a couple of other updates. USC is going to beat Stanford 45-21, which means the Trojans are still undefeated in Pac-12 action, with an incoming battle against UCLA to decide who wins the Pacific Division potentially. And then Alabama is also going to roll against Mississippi State. The Crimson Tide win 55-21, which means we have a very good chance of seeing Alabama at this point making it to that Sun Belt Championship and probably hosting that Sun Belt Championship game as well. So here we go, just a few more weeks left of the regular season, and here what's going down as of right now. North Texas moves up a few spots. They're now up to number 3 in the country, and as of this moment, North Texas is actually the only team left that is currently undefeated in the NCSL right now, going in to week number 12. Everyone else that you see has at least one loss. Speaking of one-loss teams, Tennessee continues to surge as they're now up to number 12 in the country, putting together a pretty impressive 8-1 record thus far, while Mid-Tennessee State is now on a 2-game losing streak. They're going to be looking to bounce back against Western Kentucky. Meanwhile, NIU, even though they beat Mid-Tennessee State, they're still behind the Blue Raiders, but if you ask me, this right here should be flipped. Nebraska is up a couple of spots. Pittsburgh only falls 3 spots. I thought that was very respectful, given that they lost a close one to Army on the road. Arkansas also gets to move up a couple of spots as they were on the bye week. Duke had that impressive win, so they move up 3. Boston College does the same thing as well, as does Wisconsin. But rounding out your top 25 here going into week number 12, you got Washington at 21, and then you have a few newcomers. Miami is back in the top 25. They're 22 in the nation. Ole Miss is ranked again, and they're on bye this week as well. Auburn is still somehow hanging on, even though they got absolutely embarrassed by Georgia. And then California is back in with a 2-game winning streak now. They were 4-4, but they found a way to actually win some Pac-12 games again, which means you had the likes of Penn State, Nevada, and Washington State all fall out of the top 25. But in week number 12, this was actually the first time in quite a while that we didn't have any top 25 games, but we still had some interesting games happen around the country. Washington was actually in a close one against Oregon State, but the Huskies were still able to find a way to pull it out. They had a last-second field goal to avoid overtime as they improved to 4-2 in Pac-12 action. As for Army, they went and took on Penn State, who is coming off of a shocking loss against Wyoming, and the Nittany Lions cannot recover as they are now on a 2-game losing streak after losing to the number 5 ranked Army Black Knights. Meanwhile, Cal is going to continue to show that they're a top 25 team for now as they beat Stanford 31-21, which means the Cardinal does finish the season 3-9. Alabama was also in a very competitive game against Colorado, but the Buffaloes just fall short of the upset bid. Alabama wins, but just barely, 25-19. However, we did not have a very close game at all between these two rivals in North Texas and SMU. The Mustangs simply did not have the horses to keep up with North Texas, even though they were at home in Dallas. Speaking of rivalry games that were not very close, Tennessee really showed it out against little brother Vanderbilt as Tennessee beats Vanderbilt 59-24 to also get to an impressive 9-1 overall record. But the most shocking development that we have was that Houston was able to pull the upset off against Texas. The Longhorns lose 38-24, which means if Texas loses another Big 12 game, but then Houston can win out, we could possibly see Houston go to that Big 12 championship game at the end of the season. So as a result of that Texas upset, let's see what kind of chaos that does end up creating. Now, that being said, North Texas, they continue to win, so they get rewarded by being named the #1 team in America. Now 10-0 and still the only undefeated team that is still left standing at this point. Meanwhile, Alabama continues to move up a couple of spots, as does teams like Georgia and Tennessee as well, former SEC teams that are now in 3 different conferences, all playing extremely well, as does Mid-Tennessee State, who gets its act together and blows out Western Kentucky. Northern Illinois also moves up a couple of spots as well. Arkansas, even though they were in a close game against Louisiana Monroe, they still get to move up 4 spots, and they are on bye this week. The Duke Blue Devils will do the same as they handle business against Eastern Carolina. Now, outside of the top 14, Boston College moves up 4 after a nice win against Buffalo. Texas, we do find Texas here at number 16 in the nation after a 2-touchdown loss against Houston. San Diego State is here at number 17 in the nation. Washington, however, is up 3. There are 6-4, so the record isn't great, but they have played an insanely tough Pac-12 conference this season. And then rounding out your group, you got Miami at 19. Ole Miss is here at number 20. Both of these teams were on bye, as was Auburn. And then we've got a couple of newcomers. Texas State making their first appearance in the top 25 in this series. The offensive coordinator, Justin Faith, is here, and he's doing a great job running that offense for sure. California's at 23. Pittsburgh just losing to Texas State. They're still ranked in the top 25 at number 24 in the nation. And then at number 25, the Minnesota Golden Gophers, they are back in after a blowout victory against Iowa State. But our first top 25 matchup that we have in the last couple of weeks is going to be a premier matchup between 2 of the best teams that reside in the Midwest. That's Michigan taking on the Iowa Hawkeyes, 2 teams that are 9-1, 2 teams that both have a pretty good chance of making it to the college football playoff this year. So it is possible we might see a rematch in the college football playoff between these 2 squads, but you'll hope that if that happens, that Iowa actually comes ready to play, because oh man, did Michigan just show that they're on a such higher level right now. Like, there are whole levels to this. Jet Anderson is particularly looking extremely sharp, one of your guys' custom players at the quarterback position, as Courtney Tolbert is going to find the end zone for the Michigan Wolverines as well. And This right here is simply a statement type of performance. You got Jet Anderson. He's going to score one more time, or at least so I thought. They actually do end up marking him at the 1-yard line, but no long-term harm ends up being done, because on the very next run, we'll go ahead and see Tim Rivero find the end zone one more time, and Michigan does end up dominating Iowa 45-13, showing why they're one of the best teams in the nation. But before we get into the other top 25 game that we have here in week number 13, we'll do a quick look to see some early games that did go final around the country. For example, Texas is able to beat a Rice team that has been down bad this year, winning 41-20, so that means one more win for the Longhorns, and they're going to the Big 12 championship. As for Nebraska, they will more than likely punch their ticket to the American Conference Championship game, as they're able to beat Missouri 45-24. The Missouri Tigers are now going to have to hope for an at-large bid. As for San Diego State, they're going to finish the season off 9-3 after a 42-35 win over Fresno State, giving the Aztecs an outside shot of at least securing an at-large bid for the college football playoff. And of course, the Oregon Ducks are able to pull the upset off against an overrated Washington team. The Ducks win 35-32, which calls into question, should Washington actually been ranked in the first place? But even though that USC and UCLA game was not very climactic, oh baby, did we run into some of the most insane chaos I've seen yet this season. First, we have USF pulling the upset off and beating Miami 23-13, so a trip to the SEC championship is now completely in question. The Troy Trojans also end up beating Alabama 38-31, and so now all of a sudden Troy still has a fighting chance to actually reach bowl eligibility, although Alabama should still be pretty secure in getting to that Sun Belt championship. And then Georgia Southern in overtime was able to pull it out against the Georgia Bulldogs. The Eagles win 34-31 as Georgia also suffers their first loss in SEC action. So, going into the final week of the regular season, here is where things roughly stand as of right now. We do have one new team in the top 5, and that is Tennessee. The Volunteers are now ranked number 5 in the country. And then also the Blue Raiders making the surge back up to number 6 after a 17-point win over Kentucky. Do have a couple of teams that did drop a couple of spots, including UCLA and Iowa, who lost their respective matchups, and they have another top 25 game waiting for them. Arkansas is in the top 10, as is the Duke Blue Devils, who are coming off of a dominant win over Old Dominion. Meanwhile, outside of the top 10, Missouri, with their second loss of the season, now falls to number 11. Texas A&M becomes a must-win. Boston College, on the other hand, moves up 3 spots. They had a close win versus Penn State, but they got to go and play Army now. That will be a tough test within the Conference USA. Texas moves up a few spots, as does San Diego State. The Georgia Bulldogs move down 6 spots, and that actually causes Georgia Southern to get into the top 25 for the first time this year. More on that in a moment. Alabama just lost that game against Troy, and now they play Auburn in the Iron Bowl. Could be a critical matchup in the Sun Belt, one that Ole Miss will watch very closely as they are right behind Alabama. Auburn with their own opportunity to make a run for the Sun Belt as well. As for Texas State, they move up to number 19 in the nation as they will take on Temple in their season finale, at least a regular season finale. Could see Texas State in the Conference USA Championship. And then some newcomers. Nebraska's back in at number 20. Cows and Pittsburgh are still in here. And then you got Georgia Southern, who I just talked about earlier. Hawaii, who sneaks into the top 25 for the very first time this season. And then the Florida Gators sneak in at number 25 in the nation. And this will round out your top 25 for the time being. So we'll go ahead and get things rolling here with the final week of the regular season. And we're going to start things out with number 8 Iowa making the trip to Lincoln, Nebraska to take on this 20th ranked Nebraska Cornhuskers squad, who, dare I say it, Nebraska might be a shade underrated. You would think with that 9-2 record, they would be ranked higher than number 20 in the nation. Cornhuskers certainly have a time to prove the naysayers wrong, as the kids would say. Now, what's interesting about this particular game is that's a nice interception. Hold up now. Gonna hold on to that thought because this might be going all the way. Ain't nobody gonna touch him. He's gone like a girl in a country song. Touchdown, Jason Clemens. And just like that, this game is gonna be all knotted up. But yeah, what's really interesting about this particular game is that these two teams have both clinched a trip to the American title game. So when we see conference championship weekend roll up here in a little bit, we're going to see these two teams play each other again. So we're going to play each other 2 weeks in a row. The real question is, as I almost dropped my mic there, who is going to host the American title game? As per NCSL rules, the best conference record in the title game does get to host the conference championship at their home stadium. So is this going to be taking place at Kinnick Stadium in Iowa, or is it going to take place here in Lincoln, Nebraska? That's going to be that $1 million question, and we certainly have a close one on our hands right now. Iowa does have a chance to go ahead and put this game away, but that pass gets intercepted, and all of a sudden, Nebraska is gonna have a little bit of life. Less than 3 minutes left to play. They have a chance to tie, or even more spicier, take the lead, and this is a good way to start the drive out. James Grigsby able to get down to the sideline and get to roughly about midfield. And so one more first down will put the Cornhuskers in field goal range. I don't know if they got it there. They might need a few more yards. But with that being said, Nebraska putting together a pretty good drive here thus far. And they're doing it their way. You know, the grit and grime, good old-fashioned triple option offense, right? So that being said, at this point, Nebraska is firmly in field goal range. And now that $1 million question is, can they finish the job? And can they finish it without their starting quarterback, John Grant, who got injured on that particular run? So we're left with the backup quarterback who nearly wills his way into the end zone there. Could have been considered a dangerous play, but he hangs on to it. Instead, going to be at the 1 yard line where James Grigsby is going to handle business. So the Cornhuskers now up by 4, but there's still less than a minute left to play here in this ball game. Iowa does have one more shot at it. Can they go ahead and capitalize? 1st and 10 as the quarterback's going to drop back, looks over the right-hand side, is able to make a man miss, and it's going to be marked down inside the 45-yard line. And here comes this Iowa football team as well. Mike Brown has struggled through this game tremendously, has thrown 3 interceptions, but he's going to deliver when it matters the most, as Brian Young might have delivered victory for the Iowa Hawkeyes. Barring a miracle, we could be looking at Iowa hosting the American Championship game. But wait a minute now, this could be a different story. The miracle is gonna happen. It's gonna be done. Touchdown, Nebraska. Shane Jackson is gonna have his guys remain home, as now Iowa has got to go and play Nebraska in the American Championship game next weekend. Meanwhile, in the MAC, we get a studio update between Vanderbilt and Western Kentucky, and the Commodores do get to play a little bit of spoiler. They beat Western Kentucky on Senior Day. Meanwhile, in a few other rivalry games that were happening around the country, Ole Miss was able to take down Mississippi State 45-24, so they positioned themselves pretty well just in case Alabama does lose in that Iron Bowl against Auburn that we'll see shortly. As for Georgia Tech, they're actually able to take down Georgia 24-13. So not only did the Bulldogs lose 2 games in a row, but a team that was a virtual walk just a couple weeks ago to go to the SEC Championship, instead, that bid is going to go to Georgia Tech because they'll obviously have the tiebreaker. And then Tennessee will end up beating Kentucky 45-14, which means Tennessee will be hosting the MAC Championship game, will likely be going up against Northern Illinois when that matchup does happen. Meanwhile, Arkansas was able to finish its regular season strong by beating LSU 31-14, giving them a reasonable shot to actually host the Sun Belt Championship game, depending on who comes out on the other side. And then in the Sunshine Showdown, in a game that ends up going into overtime, Florida State was able to take down a ranked Florida team 48-41, which means the Seminoles also punched their ticket to the SEC Championship, likely taking on Georgia Tech on the other side. So I didn't get the pregame graphic for this particular matchup, but this is one of the best rivalries in all of college football. The Iron Bowl that has Alabama taking on the Auburn Tigers. And that being said, big time matchup for both of these teams here. Auburn needing this win in order to take down Alabama, not just because of that, but also the winner of this game also goes to the Sun Belt Championship game as well. They would likely take on Arkansas. So big game here for both squads, essentially a playoff game here, so you already know that intensity is going to be felt at an even higher level. 3rd and short coming up as Alabama wants to extend the lead, looking over the middle and finds Anthony Caldwell. While not for a touchdown, it was pretty darn close though, as we'll end up having 1st and goal with Pierre Blankenship able to punch it in from not even a year out. It might have been like inches from the goal line, but Alabama does have a good lead. 14-0 be your score, and with Alabama marching down the field here yet again, we could very well see Alabama run away with this particular game. And Auburn, on the other hand, well, they might be barbecue chicken. And that's confirmed by yet another Ronald Norton touchdown, as Alabama was able to dominate for much of the first half. But then Auburn is able to get a turnover here in the red zone. And maybe this is the spark that Auburn needs in order to come back and win this game. But they got to get points up on the board. And Auburn's just, they're simply not doing that right now. And so, yet again, late in the 3rd quarter, Alabama gets yet another red zone opportunity. They're going to dump it out into the flat on this halfback screen. It's ran to perfection. And so, Alabama is able to score yet again. Auburn down by a few scores, and they are desperate for this win. But it might be too little too late. Scoring 3 touchdowns and outscoring a team by 3 touchdowns, a team as good as Alabama has been this year, is definitely going to be one of those big-time challenges. We'll see if the magic of Jordan-Hare Stadium can help put Auburn over the top And to be fair, they did manage to get a couple of touchdowns through the air in that fourth quarter. And they're in a position here with 2 minutes left to possibly make something shake here. That's a beautiful throw to the outside. Justin Harris with a 39-yard scamper, as now Auburn has a chance to tie, and they will! Jermaine Sanders is going to tie this game for the Auburn Tigers, and just like that, they're right back in it. So Alabama just getting punched in the mouth here in the fourth quarter, and it's going to get worse. Intercepted, and Alabama turns the ball over in a critical moment. Auburn, what they need to do, get a first down. You're safely in field goal range, and that particular throw would set up about a 35-yard field goal, but instead Auburn's going to run the ball, and they punched it in with Marcus Mitchell, and Auburn storms back down by 21 points, and Auburn goes on 28 unanswered, and they beat Alabama. They get to go to the Sun Belt Championship game to take on Arkansas. But that was not the only game that we had on the docket that's going to decide some of these conference championship games. Up next, we got Army making the trip up to Boston, Massachusetts in order to take on the Boston College Eagles. It's a similar situation. Winner of this game is going to take on the opportunity to not only go to the Conference USA Championship game, but you would see this team also host the Conference USA Championship game as well. This has been the tougher division. That Union division has been built different. And thus far, Army has been handling its business. They get off to a hot start, but Boston College has got some really good football players. Reggie McCullough is certainly one of them. He's not only talented, but also has been experienced as well, as George Gentry has slowly rebuilt this Boston College program up to where we see it at this present time right now. As here we are, Army only up by a field goal. We'll see if they can be kept out of the end zone. Pino, we're going to try to scramble out of the pocket, but he's going to be brought down. A big-time sack for Dennis Barrett, as that will make it 3rd and long. Pino looking for someone to get open, but it's going to be intercepted. Boston College gets that big play that they were indeed looking for defensively. So they do hold out for now. But with that being said, they simply cannot take advantage. And so that's why we still have the same score that what we have reported as of right now. So 17-14 still your score, as Pino is able to get that pitch out after a couple of missed tackles. Could have been brought behind the line of scrimmage, but instead Army is able to run right down the field. They get some points up on the scoreboard. And that's not all. Boston College cannot take advantage. Army is able to get a quick 2-minute drive in. So as crazy as this sounds, they actually might go ahead and score again. They might put up 30 in one half, which would, I'm sure, drive the head coach George Gentry absolutely wild at this present moment, right? So Army is able to step in, able to get to a goal line situation. We'll see if they can finish this drive out as they go in a 5-wide set. Looking over to the left-hand side, and it's caught by Jared Maynard. Touchdown, Army. And the Black Knights are rolling yet again. Able to take a commanding lead into the halftime. And it looks like Boston College, well, they're just hanging on by a thread right now, as they have not found a way to contain Lauren Pino through the air at all. Is he able to easily set that single game record for most passing yards in a single game? And we still have at least another quarter left to play as well. So very well could see Army with its first ever 500-yard passer. We'll have to dial in and see if that actually turns into fruition. But for now, we'll go ahead and check in on Boston College actually having the football. Down by 3 scores, 7 minutes left to play They need to find the end zone bad, as McCall is going to hand it off up the middle for Barrett Day, who is able to pick up a decent chunk of yards there. Able to set up a goal line situation as Day finally kind of rolled over somebody to get into the end zone, but the refs did disagree. So that means that clock is still going to run, and time is certainly not on their side right now, as Richmond Smith does end up finding the end zone. Touchdown for the Eagles, but Boston College will ultimately end up falling short, and that means Army will go to the Conference USA Championship game. We'll likely get to host as well. Last top 25 matchup that we have of the entire regular season, though, is number 7 UCLA taking on number 3 Michigan. Now, this is, of course, a non-conference matchup unless you're talking about real life, and this actually is going to be a conference game here next month, which is absolutely insane to think about. But here in the NCSL universe, where conference realignment actually makes some kind of sense from a geographical standpoint, this actually is not a conference game after all, but it is a very competitive game that we do get to witness, as going into this final quarter of action, both teams, it's been very defensively rugged. Neither team wants to really give up an inch, but with 8 minutes left, Jerome Harris is going to punch it into the end zone, and UCLA is going to take the lead. However, Michigan does have a chance to go ahead and strike right back down the sideline. Is going to be stopped at the 3-yard line, but the Wolverines are down by the goal line and have a chance to tie this game back up, which they will, with the senior custom Jed Anderson, who's going to connect with Dane Maxwell in the end zone. Touchdown Wolverines. And so that will eventually drive us out into overtime, where in the overtime UCLA was able to settle for a field goal, but Michigan is going to come with more than just a field goal. They're going to find the end zone, and that wide receiver with that 10 toes down movement is going to simply call game. And game was certainly called there, so Michigan was able to win that one. In other news, we do get some other studio updates before we kind of take that look around and see what's happening around the country. Fresno State is able to stun Hawaii, so Hawaii will likely not be ranked any longer. And then here's some other scores that we saw, most notably Bowling Green beating Western Michigan in an American Conference battle. Plus, with that being said, we do also see Pittsburgh lose. They drop a surprising game against Syracuse, 21-14, which means Pittsburgh, who had such high hopes and expectations, especially beating USC early on in the season, they're not going to even be ranked, which is crazy to think about. Maryland beats Navy, and then Florida State also able to stun Florida as well. So before we go and see what those conference championship games are going to look like, a few more games of note. Duke is going to win in their rivalry game against North Carolina, 42-39, which means the Blue Devils do finish 11-1 in the regular season and will also host the ACC championship game at their home stadium. Meanwhile, Texas A&M was able to pull the upset off against Missouri, 28-26, and as such, Missouri's chances of going to the playoff is essentially at 0% because they lose the last 2 games of the season. However, USC will end up finishing the regular season strong as they beat up on Notre Dame 45-21. The Trojans will also finish with an 11-1 record and have a real chance of getting a first-round bye if they handle business in the Pac-12 championship game. And finally, a huge upset taking place in the Big 12 as Texas does lose for 45-35. So will we see Baylor in the Big 12 championship? Are we going to see Houston? Or is Texas still going to find a way to sneak its way through? We'll have to find out more when we get to that point shortly. But man, this is a major upset by Baylor nonetheless. So we've made it through the entirety of the regular season, and now Now we go ahead and take a look to see who out here has that legitimate opportunity to compete for an opportunity to go to the college football playoff. We now jump into 20 teams that have that very chance to get 10 automatic bids. We start with some of the noon games that we got going on. Start with the Sun Belt. Arkansas was able to get in pretty scot-free, but Auburn, really had to work for it. A dramatic Iron Bowl victory stole Alabama's spot, and now Auburn is the team that has a chance to play for that Sun Belt title game. Should be a really good one to start the title game weekend. In addition, the MAC championship features Northern Illinois and Tennessee. NIU has won the last 2 MAC titles, but they're not going to be the favorite here in the MAC championship game, as the Tennessee Volunteers are ranked in the top 5 in the country. So NIU's going to have its hands full if they want to make it 3 consecutive appearances to the college football playoff. We wrap up your noon title games with the Big 12 championship. North Texas, the only undefeated team in America, will host the Baylor Bears, which, because of that upset against Texas, Baylor has a chance to do something extremely amazing and maybe beat that number 1 team in the country on the way to its college football playoff. Meanwhile, for the Conference USA Championship game, the Army Black Knights are here, which is not too much of a surprise, to be honest with you. They're here because they did end up beating Boston College on the road. Who comes from the other side is a different story, though. Texas State gets in as the number 16 team in the nation, and Texas State, they are thriving right about now, man. Texas State, one of those teams that really came on, especially in that second half of the season, on a 6-game winning streak, most notably beating Pittsburgh back when they were ranked in the top 5 in the country, and they are just able to just generally finish the season strong. These 2 teams did play in the past. Let's see if Army can beat Texas State 2 times in a row. As we progress later on in the afternoon, though, we have the SEC championship game. 2 teams that did not think we're going to see here, right? Because Florida State, needed a little bit of luck. Georgia Tech needed a little bit of luck, and they got both of those things that happened. So this is going to be your SEC title game for this season. Both teams also recently entered the top 25 as well. Should be an intriguing matchup. Then wrapping up the 3:30 slate is the American title game. We did just literally see this matchup last week, and Nebraska will be hosting the American title game because they were able to beat Iowa in the regular season finale. Meanwhile, at 4 o'clock, you got the Mountain West title game, and not a ton to note here, although Air Force is having their best season in almost a decade, winning 7 games in the regular season, including a 6-2 conference record. They'll make the trip to Provo, Utah to take on BYU for that Mountain West slot in the college football playoff, like we would be in as a 14 seed. As for the Duke Blue Devils, Duke should be in line for a very respectable seed as they are in the top 10 in the nation. They gotta handle business against Virginia Tech, but Duke should be the heavy favorite here in Durham in terms of what we got going on. And then the later 2 games that we have is Cincinnati with a 7-1 record in the Buckeye Division. They will go travel up to Ann Arbor to take on the Michigan Wolverines. And James Dopkins, he used to be the offensive coordinator at Cincinnati. Now he's there at Michigan. He's been there for a couple of years now, looking to punch their ticket into the playoff by beating his former squad. The final title game that we have is the Pac-12 championship game, and Washington did end up beating Washington State, so they're able to win the Northwest Divisional title. However, they're going to need a lot of lady luck on their side, as if they want to repeat as defending Pac-12 champions, they're going to have to beat USC. And not only that, they're going to have to beat USC on the road, which is not going to be easy by any stretch of the imagination. So with that being said, let's now go ahead and jump into each conference title game, at least the most notable ones. So with that being said, let's go ahead and jump into the Sun Belt Championship game. That'll be the first championship game that we get to see. Number 7, Arkansas is going to make the field trip to take on Auburn in Georgia, Jordan-Hare. And this Auburn team is coming off of an absolutely electric comeback victory against the University of Alabama. So that's why Auburn is in here, not the Crimson Tide of Alabama. And because Auburn beat Arkansas in the regular season as well, that's why Auburn also gets to host the Sun Belt Championship game, even though Arkansas is the higher ranked team and they have the same conference record. So that's how that came to be. But Arkansas this time around is handling that pressure a lot better. They're going to jump up early here, 7-0 being your score. Whereas Marquise Christensen, he does some forward tough running there to get down by the goal line inside the 5-yard line, where they're going to run it in with Sergio Smith. And Sergio Smith is going to be in the end zone for a touchdown. And Arkansas will quickly find itself up 14-0. But Auburn is simply too good of a football team to be kept down on the ground for too terribly long, as later on we'll see Auburn finally get on that scoreboard, and that was even with an offsides penalty, right? So as we stand, we was caught offsides, so not only did he have a head start, but still failed to make any kind of play on the running back, which is absolutely insane to me. But Arkansas will answer back. Michael Crumb's going to have his second passing touchdown of the afternoon. And just like that, Arkansas carrying a pretty commanding lead. But we saw a similar story of Arkansas getting on a fast start here in the first half, but just couldn't finish the deal in the regular season. Will we see that kind of situation here yet again here in this championship game? And it looks like as of right now, Arkansas is actually beating those allegations pretty handily, as Michael Crum will run it into the end zone, and the Razorbacks on the verge of a championship appearance, and they will make it happen. Another touchdown for Arkansas. They nearly put up a 50-burger in the process. And there it is, folks, your Sun Belt champions and the first team getting an automatic bid into the college football playoff. It will, in fact, be awarded to the Arkansas Razorbacks, as Arkansas wins convincingly 56-31, ending up being your final score in this matchup. Now, we will go ahead and move on to the MAC championship game, as number 21 Northern Illinois is going to take on number 5 Tennessee, as I don't think we have seen Tennessee yet here in the college football playoff, or at least if they did, it was very early in the series, right? But Tennessee here, they get to host the MAC championship game, and Northern Illinois, who has had multiple championship appearances at this point, they're the 2-time defending MAC champions. They're actually struggling to keep up with Tennessee right now, especially in the secondary, as that man burnt that secondary and creates a massive gain because of that. So Tennessee in some serious business. They're trying to put some more points on the board before going into halftime. This Husky defense certainly need to lock it up. And after a couple of failed tackles, Jeremy Lewis is going to find the end zone. And that's going to be another touchdown for the Tennessee Volunteers. Meanwhile, in the fourth quarter, we still have a same differential, still only up by 10. But this interception by the NIU secondary is going to give them a little bit of life here. So let's see if they can turn that into points the other way, as NIU is going to look over the middle, is going to find a receiver, stays on his feet, beautiful contact balance there, as that will lead to an NIU touchdown. Danny Jones with his second passing touchdown of the afternoon. And because Tennessee had to settle for a field goal, this is their chance to possibly force this game into overtime. Can the Volunteers make one more big play? 1st and 10. Looking over the left-hand side. It's caught. BJ Peters with the tough catch. And just like that, NIU, they got to go into a no huddle. Danny attacking, but it's intercepted. Picked off in the end zone. And that will send the Tennessee Volunteers to the college football playoff for the very first time. Very first time Tennessee is going to go to the college football playoff. It was a spirited comeback by Northern Illinois, but that one interception in the back of the end zone does turn out to be that ultimate difference here in the MAC. Meanwhile, we'll be looking for a similar story for the Conference USA as Army seeks to try and win the Conference USA for the very first time in the last 4 years, while Texas State, this is Texas State's first appearance in the Conference USA Championship here in this series. So, big moment here for Texas State, but it seems like as of right now, the Bobcats are seeming to be just a little bit more on that nervous side, right? And they're on a little bit more on that nervous side because what we have found is that, hey, this is the biggest game that Texas State has ever played in. So it seemed like that way in that first half. Texas State was definitely nervous, but they do end up settling in and they do what they should do. And that's just, they're hanging around, they're playing tough, as Kyle White is going to set that school record for most touchdown passes in a single season. One more, and he could be the first Texas State quarterback ever to throw for 30 touchdowns in a single season. We'll have to definitely monitor that to see if he can hit that milestone for the Texas State Bobcats. But I'm sure what this quarterback cares about more is actually trying to win the game, because there is a college football playoff berth on the line. And it seems like Texas State might be on the verge here, as Kyle White actually does throw another touchdown pass, and the Bobcats will take the lead. Plus, he does manage to get to 30 touchdown passes on the season. But after that, Army is going to go ahead. They're going to pull away here, as Texas State, they just ran out of gas. I mean, they just don't have the same depth of talent that Army has. And Army having a little bit more experience in these big games, that certainly showed in that fourth quarter and in certain points of the first half as well. So while Texas State has absolutely nothing to be ashamed about, this was an excellent season and could still be an excellent season for Texas State. Should they go bowling and win the bowl game, get to that 10-win mark, their chances of a college football playoff appearance do ultimately come to an end. However, this next game right here, the SEC Championship game, this is a de facto elimination game, as we will go ahead and see Florida State and Georgia Tech come at it. Thought we would see some different teams in here, but what we have found is, hey, those upsets can just go a little crazy sometimes. So a couple weeks ago, it seemed like Georgia was going to be a virtual lock to be in the playoff. That has instantly died. So we'll go ahead and jump right into the fourth quarter, because the other 3 quarters, there wasn't anything too terribly crazy happening. But in this fourth quarter, we get a little bit of spice here, right? A little bit of magic here potentially, as Georgia Tech has a chance to win the SEC Championship. And Georgia Tech has won the SEC Championship in the past, and I believe that's dating back all the way to, I believe it's season number 5 when this has happened, while Florida State has last won it in season 6. So one of these two teams going to win the SEC Championship for the first time in the last few years. And I think it might be Florida State that's going to be the one that will ultimately get the job done. That late interception with less than 2 minutes left to play is going to be your ultimate difference maker here, as Georgia Tech is not going to be able to hold home court, so to speak. And so Florida State will be moving on and could be a tough out there in the college football playoff. Could be a menacing lower seed, depending on what else happens throughout the rest of Conference Championship weekend, which, speaking of that, we do have that rematch between Iowa and Nebraska that I said was most likely going to happen here earlier, at an earlier point, like in the regular season finale. Only difference is this game is in Lincoln, Nebraska, and that is because Nebraska did beat Iowa in that regular season finale. That was your difference maker. But so far, Iowa playing in much better weather conditions than what they had at Kinnick Stadium when they hosted a couple of weeks ago. We are witnessing Iowa moving the ball better overall in this particular matchup than what we saw in that regular season finale. So Iowa does carry a 3-point lead going into this final quarter. Let's see who wants it more. And a touchdown here, while it wouldn't seal the deal, it would certainly help put this game away. That's for sure. And sure enough, Brian Young able to get the 10 toes down. That will help Iowa put this game away, potentially. But Nebraska will quickly answer back, and they will get a touchdown of their own here. So, 29-26 is now your score. But that won't last long, as Corey Franklin is going to get a score in the corner of the end zone. Nebraska just trying to stay with him here. And that will certainly help John Grant's third touchdown grab. But even with John Grant's valiant performance, it just simply wasn't enough, as Iowa is going to be able to get some revenge on the University of Nebraska, as Iowa will win the rematch, and they will be your champions of the American Conference in a surprising shootout here. As for the rest of the conference championship games, this is what ended up going down. Air Force was able to beat BYU 28-11, so Air Force will win their first Mountain West title, and they will also have their first playoff appearance in this series as well, happening in the final season of the NCSL. As for Duke, they're able to win yet again. They're able to beat Virginia Tech 42-17. And this will be the second consecutive year that the Duke Blue Devils will be going to the college football playoff as the chief representative of the ACC conference. Meanwhile, Michigan was in a surprisingly close game against Cincinnati. The Bearcats gave it everything that they had, but Michigan was too much to handle at the end of the day, winning by a thread, 38-32. As for North Texas, the Mean Green are able to beat Baylor 37-28. It was not as close as it seemed, as many of Baylor's points came in the fourth quarter. So North Texas will continue to be the only team that is undefeated here in season number 8. And finally, USC is able to beat the drum of Washington fans everywhere, as USC wins convincingly 52-20, getting some revenge from last year's Pac-12 title game, as USC is going to earn an extremely high seed in this year's playoffs. So with all of the dust finally settling, this is what your college football playoff bracket is going to be. Number 1, North Texas at the very top. They're the only team in college football that finished the regular season and conference championship weekend undefeated. The Michigan Wolverines getting that other bye as champions of the Big Ten. Meanwhile, the 4 teams that you will see get an at-large berth into the college football playoff consists of these following teams. You got Mid-Tennessee State, who gets in as the 6th seed in the college football playoff. They're from the MAC Conference. You got Ole Miss getting in from the Sun Belt. UCLA is in here as well as the number 9th ranked team in the country. And then rounding out the group is San Diego State, is going to be your 10 seed in college football playoff. They got the final at-large bid. But with that being said, these are going to be your 14 teams, which encompass all 10 conferences within the NCSL. Now, in a 14-team playoff field, there's always going to be a couple of teams that feel like they got snubbed out, and this year is no different. Granted, this year has been a little bit more chalky in terms of who got those automatic bids than in previous years. There was a couple of teams that are going to feel some type of way. Boston College is one of them. Boston College actually being that final team out. Unfortunately, Boston College did not have that strong of a strength of schedule this year. They only played one top 25 opponent in Army, who they lost to. And then Georgia was the other team that was left out that had a serious argument to getting in this year. Now, Georgia also only played one top 25 team, and they dismantled that top 25 team, really took it to Auburn, but they had that late season collapse, and that is what is going to do in Georgia here in year number 8. But before we dive into the meat of the college football playoff, we still have the bowl season. And while bowl season is one of those things where it might be seen as a consolation prize, it is still an opportunity to come in and really show that, hey, you can build some momentum into next season and also give some of your future starters some additional reps and additional practices as well. So we got a few key bowl games that pits top 25 teams up against each other, and let's go ahead and check out those key bowl matchups right here, right now. So we'll go ahead and get things started here, beginning with the New Orleans Bowl. Number 13 Boston College is going to be taking on number 16 Alabama, and both these teams have had excellent seasons, 9-3, and these are two of the better teams that did not manage to make the college football playoff. Boston College, literally that last team out, they almost got to go dancing, but we will be settling in on a very exciting matchup to get bowl season underway, and it's a very competitive game to start things out. Alabama's defense, of course, physical as usual, but Reggie McCullough is going to set the screen up, and Alabama got a little bit too aggressive, and Terrell Washington is going to make him pay for it. Boston College is actually going to have the lead. So 14-7 is your score here, as Alabama is going to seek to find a way to tie and try things up here, as Pierre Blankenship gets the carry and gets a pretty good set of yards there. He's been killing the Boston College front seven. But with that being said, the Eagles are pushing back, playing them red bandana uniforms. Gonna make this second and very long. 15 yards that they gotta pick up. They will pick most of those yards up with Pierre Blankenship settling in as that solid check down option. But still, 3rd and 8 is certainly not a situation that Alabama wants to be in. About to run out of time, but finds John Knox in the end zone at the very last moment. Alabama's going to be able to tie the game from that, and then afterwards, we go later into the second quarter. Derrick Henry II is able to find the end zone, and Alabama will take a lead into halftime. So things are looking good so far for the Crimson Tide as we now move into the second half of action, as Alabama is knocking on the door once again. Gonna run it to the left-hand side for Ronald Norton, who's able to get loose and finds the end zone. Touchdown, Alabama. And the Crimson Tide, now with a 2-score lead, looking to try and finish the deal. But this Boston College team is certainly not going to give up. They really take on the personality of their head coach, George Gentry. Really a no-nonsense attitude. That's a big reason why Boston College is having one of its better seasons in quite some time. And not only did they decide to participate in this New Orleans Bowl, but they're going to be competitive. They're going to be scrappy. And Reggie McCullough is going to get a key first down here, one that they desperately needed. And they got it as well. So a brand new set of chains. But the Eagles are on some life support, even with this touchdown for Lauren Williams that will cut it down to just a field goal. So Boston College does try to go for the onside kick, but it's not successful. But they're able to get a stop on defense, giving them one last chance. McCullough throws over the middle. Is going to find Terrell Washington for the first down. and it will provide the opportunity to try and punch it into the end zone. They got 2, maybe 3 plays tops, depending on how they play it. They set up a bubble screen, makes the man miss, and Warren Williams finds the end zone. Touchdown, Eagles! And Boston College is going to stun Alabama 35-31 as George Gentry ends the Boston College season on a high note. But I'm sure there's going to be some other high notes that we are going to see here in bowl season, as we'll now head down to San Antonio, Texas for the Alamo Bowl, which will pit Wisconsin taking on the Oregon Ducks. 2 teams that had a higher set of expectations, particularly Wisconsin. I mean, Wisconsin is your defending national champions, and they barely finished the season, or at least finished the regular season ranked. So that lets you know how much of a disappointment Wisconsin has been this year. And then Oregon, well, Oregon finished 7-5, so they're really here primarily because the Pac-12 was just an insanely tough conference this year. We just gotta keep it a buck for a split second, as now we have a tight ball game here in the first half. This Alamo Bowl, also electric, also could swing in either direction, but the Badgers are trying to put together a little bit of a drive. Comrade Powell is going to get them deep into Oregon territory, where the Ducks try to send a blitz, but will find a Charles Morgan who's able to cut up field in the nick of time, able to provide for first down, and able to save a timeout for a quick moment, as Powell will throw again, this time over to the right-hand side to Patrick Scott, as that will be a big catch for him. Scott's having a pretty big first half, 7 catches for 73 yards. He's been borderline unguardable. We'll see if they go to him here in the red zone, as Powell will throw one more time, fires over the middle, and he'll find CJ Jones in the end zone. Wisconsin will take the lead. So Wisconsin has a narrow lead before getting into the second half, where Oregon's going to start with the football to begin this second half of action, and immediately looking to respond to that last touchdown that we saw towards the end of the second quarter. And they're going to be very close to doing so with this goal line opportunity. Throwing over to the left-hand side and finding an open tight end in the back of the end zone. Fred Oliver is going to throw his second touchdown of the game. And it was from that point on that Oregon just put themselves in the driver's seat, and they straight up took control here in the second half. 2 minutes left to play, as Oregon's just looking to run the rest of his clock out at this point. But hang on now, they might try to sneak in one more score for Milo Matafa. We'll see if they go to him again on the ground. It looks like they do. He finds the end zone, and the custom is going to score. And Oregon puts up a massive offensive performance, winning 41-24 here in this Alamo Bowl performance. Now, with that being said, we did have one more notable bowl game here, and that is number 18 Texas taking on number 15 Nebraska. Now, we have seen these two teams go at it quite a few times over the years, and I'm sure there's going to be some no love lost between these two teams anyways, way back from when these two teams shared some time in the Big 12 Conference. So you already know what time it is. These two teams certainly don't like each other, as Texas is going to go ahead and run it up the right-hand side as Charles Johnson finds the end zone. Touchdown, Texas! And the Longhorns are rolling early, and they're rolling pretty often as well. They take a commanding lead in that first half, able to be up by 15 as we get late into this third quarter, which means this upcoming defensive possession for the Cornhuskers is so important, because this game can absolutely get out of hand if they are not careful. This is a big moment for sure. Goal line situation with Texas, looking like they might run the read option, and they do. An open Gabe Bryant is going to be untouched on his way into the end zone. It's another touchdown for the Longhorns. It looks like the route could absolutely be in play here, but luckily we do see the Cornhuskers do show a little bit of pride here in this fourth and final quarter. After the touchdown, they'll go for the 2-point conversion. A little bit of triple option love as John Grant almost falls into the end zone by himself. Might have just tripped over his own feet, but no harm, no foul, though, as they are going to be able to pick up that 2-point conversion. However, something that Nebraska has really struggled with is stopping his run game. Charles Johnson is having a very complete game, closing in on 100 yards rushing on the low. As we'll see Charles Johnson throw the pass out to Jason Jackson. And Nebraska should count those lucky stars that he actually decided to go out of bounds, because that man was still on his feet and he had a barrel roll into the end zone. But they'll fail to stop Charles Johnson anyway. So Texas ends up winning convincingly, and they'll finish up their regular season pretty strong. As for the other notable bowl game matchups, the Las Vegas Bowl is going to go to Texas State, who's able to take down Maryland 31-21. And this does mean that the Bobcats will finish ranked in the top 25, as well as have a 10-win season as well. The same could also be said for the Georgia Bulldogs, who do end up winning the Wild Quest Bowl against the Ohio Bobcats. Georgia wins 52-21, and they will finish within that top 15. Auburn will also finish ranked as they beat BYU in the famous Idaho Potato Bowl 17-7. Pittsburgh, on the other hand, is going to finish its season strong as they do end up beating Northern Illinois 30-16. Still a good season overall for NIU. Missouri will take on Troy in the Military Bowl, as Troy did just hit that 6-win threshold, all in Sun Belt action. This is not a Sun Belt team. Missouri wins relatively easily. And the last game of note was that Nevada got upset by North Carolina in the Tony the Tiger Sun Bowl. Tar Heels finish with a winning season, while Nevada will fall 8-5 and likely outside the top 25 to end the season. But with all that being said and done, let's now go ahead and jump into the college football playoff. And we'll get it started here with number 11 Iowa making the trip to Murfreesboro, Tennessee, where we'll see Mid-Tennessee State not only making the college football playoff for the very first time, but they also get to host this college football playoff game on their own campus. A massive achievement for the Blue Raiders program. But the problem seems to be that early on, this Blue Raiders team didn't realize they still got to show up and play the actual game, right? Because even though Iowa is the lower seed than Mid-Tennessee State, make no mistake, Iowa, at least from a talent composite standpoint, actually might be the better football team on paper. And we're seeing that early as Iowa is able to dominate this first half, and it's not going to get much better. I don't think it really does get any better for the Mid-Tennessee State squad, as, you know, you really hate to see those red zone opportunities turn into interceptions. And so Iowa is going to cash that into a field goal after the fact. And Mike Brown's also going to come in and just take the air out of his stadium, or at least what was left of it. Iowa's going to dominate Mid-Tennessee State with ease, and they will take on the USC Trojans in the second round, as USC is able to easily take care of Air Force. Meanwhile, we'll shift to a different part of the bracket, as UCLA, who does get in as one of the at-large teams, they will be taking on the champions of the ACC, the Duke Blue Devils. And Duke is making its second consecutive college football playoff appearance, as they ended up successfully defending their ACC championship title. They are still looking for their first win in the college football playoff, though, and that is certainly a different story, a different tale that is trying to be told, as UCLA will jump on them early. 13-0 will be your score, and that's even with a chance for the Bruins to try and get more points going into the locker room. We'll see how this Bruins squad does end up handling the 2-minute drive, as we'll go ahead and see this quarterback throw out to the left-hand side. That's going to be caught for a massive gain and so much more. George Robinson is gonna find the end zone, and Clarence Bowie, he's been absolutely perfect thus far. He's gonna be 11 for 12 with a couple of passing touchdowns. Meanwhile, on the other end, Duke just absolutely struggles to get much of anything going at all, as that ends up getting intercepted there. So that really kind of describes how this first half went for both these teams. UCLA having everything go right for them, while for Duke, on the other hand, completely different story. It just seems like almost everything is just going wrong for these guys, and eventually UCLA is going to rout Duke on the road. They'll move on to the quarterfinal to take on one-seeded North Texas. Meanwhile, we have Ole Miss getting ready to get itself started, as they will take on the number 5 team in the nation, the Army Black Knights, who are your champions of the Conference USA, whereas Ole Miss does come in as another one of those at-large teams, and those at-large teams are coming in and playing with some mixed results, to be honest with you. We saw an at-large team win so far. We also saw another at-large lose thus far. So we'll see how Ole Miss ends up faring against a more highly regarded Army team. And so far, they are really hanging with one of these premier military academies, all knotted up at 13 apiece here. But Army does have a chance to open things up here before we go into halftime, as offensively, even though they have the same number of points on the board as Ole Miss, they have really struggled through this first half. Only 100 yards of total offense. So starting across midfield because of that kick return is really going to help Army out there for sure. So we'll see what this Black Knights team can do with that great field position, as they do face a 3rd and 5. Got a quarterback who was hit early, but Jared Maynard is still able to make the catch regardless. So Army is certainly on the move. 3rd and short coming up, as quarterback's going to scramble. He's going to get away from one defender, and Lauren Pino is going to find the end zone. Touchdown, Army! And the Black Knights will take the lead, but will that lead remain with them for very long? Ole Miss is going to try to respond. They got 30 seconds and a couple of timeouts to work through as well. Make that just one timeout. Very next play, dropping backs, got all the time in the world, throws to the left-hand side, but tries to fit it over the defender and just could not get enough air under that ball. So Mike Simmons ends up getting intercepted, and it gives Army a chance to get one last heave in before the half. A very low-risk play going downfield, and ends up being intercepted. So the jump ball doesn't quite work out for him, but we have a very competitive game for once here in this college football playoff. Army is only going to be up by a single possession. So now we'll go ahead and jump into the second half, and it does seem like Army is starting to pull away a little bit, as Army has been able to really kill Ole Miss courtesy of 1,000 cuts. That kind of killing, as Army's been able to settle for, a few field goals, while their defense has been very shut down here in this second half. But less than 5 minutes left to play in the ball game. Army is finding himself right on the doorstep. We're going to score one more touchdown, and Pino's score is probably going to do it. Free possession game, less than 5 minutes left to play. I don't know if Ole Miss has what it takes to come back from this. They're going to need really nothing short but a miracle at this point, as John Douglas will score for the Ole Miss Rebels, so that will help him out a little bit. But on the ensuing 2-point conversion, Simmons is going to also connect with John Douglas. But after that, they simply run out of time. Army still ends up winning pretty comfortably, even with that score. They'll move on to the quarterfinals as well, and they will take on the winner of Florida State and the Tennessee Volunteers. Tennessee making their first playoff appearance in this series, as the Tennessee Volunteers do end up winning the MAC this season, whereas Florida State, they end up winning the SEC. beat Georgia Tech in that SEC championship game. So even though Florida State is a 13 seed, ever since we have expanded the field to 14 teams, Florida State is the best 13 seeded team that I have seen since we made adjustments to the playoff format all the way back in season number 5. This is the 4th season with this alliteration. And I think it's really showing on the field as well. Florida State putting Tennessee on upset alert for sure. But Tennessee is looking to take the lead as the quarterback's going to choose to keep it. Somehow Kyle Pitts stays on his feet. Oh my goodness. That is a bad man for sure. Touchdown Volunteers. So Tennessee is going to take a 14-10 lead. As now Florida State is going to try to answer back. And they're going to answer back in a big way. Gone like a girl in a country song. It's Joel Merriman. Wow, we really butchered that. But you can go ahead and roast me in the comments there. You're not going to roast that wide receiver, though, as he was able to get a big-time touchdown for his football team, though. And we could be in for an absolute classic here in this second half of action. Florida State with the ball to start this second half has a chance to punch it into the end zone after a long methodical drive. And they successfully will with Matt Cutler, who gives his Florida State team the lead. As now, later on in the third quarter, Florida State trying to drive to the red zone yet again. Matt Cutler showing some moves, and he's going to slice and dice his way into the end zone. And if you could listen to this home stadium right now, you could practically hear a squirrel fart right now. It is that quiet. This Tennessee squad desperately needs a spark. They accomplished so much this year, being the number 4 team in the nation, but they could be coming home early if they don't pick it up soon. Now, this play would certainly help them out, though, as Tennessee's going to find the end zone. Cuts it down to just 1 possession. But Florida State responds with a field goal. So again, it's a 2-possession game. Time is going to really start to become a very serious factor here. First and goal, though. Trying to snap the ball quickly. Gets it out to Luke Lucas. And Luke Lucas will find the end zone. Touchdown, Tennessee! So the Volunteers will score, but after that, they just ran out of juice. And Florida State is going to shock Tennessee, the biggest seeded team to move on to the quarterfinals. That is Florida State. They are the lowest seeded team to advance to that round of 8, which leaves us with just one more first round matchup. And that is Arkansas, led by the custom head coach Isaac Thompson, who, by the way, just last season took Maryland to the college football playoffs, so he certainly knows a thing or two about leading teams to the playoffs in just his 2 years of head coaching experience. His team will be taking on San Diego State, who does come in as another one of those at-large teams. Another team that is coming from the Pac-12, and it just lets you know how good this Pac-12 conference is this year. They are the only conference in America that had 3 teams make it to the college football playoff this year. However, it has been some good results so far. 2-0, so it's certainly been warranted. Can San Diego State make it 3-0? Or can Arkansas, who is your champions of the Sun Belt, can play a little bit of spoiler? And it looks like Arkansas is trying to show that there is indeed some Pac-12 bias, because Arkansas is going to look to take a commanding lead early in the second quarter. Mike Crum, he's got all the time in the world and finds Jonathan Sanders in the end zone. Touchdown, Arkansas, and Mike Crum already has his 3rd passing touchdown of the game. He has been absolutely diabolical against the Aztec secondary, who just simply doesn't have any answers. But at a time like this, when your defense doesn't have any answers, you just got to go ahead and try to gut it out the old-fashioned way. Just put a bunch of points up on the scoreboard and just hope for the best after that, as they're able to somehow find a way to start this Arkansas offensive attack. So it gives the Aztecs a chance to take the lead. Breaks the tackle, breaks the number 1, and now it's a foot race. And that is something that Joe White does not lose very often. Touchdown, San Diego State! And the Aztecs are going to go ahead and take the lead. And they will take that lead into the halftime locker room as well. Plus, they even get the ball to start the second half. Imagine that. So the Aztecs got the lead. They got the ball. They even got the momentum as well. And they got another touchdown for Joe White. He scored the last touchdown that first half. He's able to score again here in this third quarter of action. So now, after it seemed like Arkansas was going to just dominate San Diego State, now it's Arkansas that are on the heels. Now it's Arkansas that's trying to react and try to keep in this game. And it leads us to the fourth quarter where we see this increasingly critical touchdown strike to Elvin Wilson. That could be enough to put this game away, given how San Diego State has scored in this ball game. They even rub a little bit of salt in the wound and go for the 2-point conversion, where even though Charles Newson was offsides for the defense, Arkansas still found a way to be able to fail in stopping the 2-point conversion. Imagine that. So now Arkansas not only needing a touchdown here, but likely going to need an onside kick as well. They do at least get the first part. They do get the Jesse Davis touchdown, but the onside kick becomes much more pertinent. Trying to set up the perfect angle to try and find their way in on the onside kick, but it's not going to be recovered. Josh Alexander is going to recover this kick with relative ease. And now, if you're Arkansas, the only hope is you got to get a stop on defense. And that is not how you want to start a drive at all. Joe White getting a big time catch. And it does make Arkansas start to want to use those timeouts. And just when you thought it couldn't be better, you would think they would just kneel it down. No, they choose to run it in. And they choose to extend the lead and beat Arkansas on the road to go to the quarterfinals. So we made it through the first round of the college football playoff, and if you were rooting for an underdog, this was a good tournament to you so far, as the lower seeds did end up going 4-2, but now we go into that Elite Eight, so to speak, in that college football playoff, where the matchups are expected to get a little bit more difficult. So let's see who has what it takes to move on to the semifinals of the college football playoff. But now let's go ahead and dive head first like a Trey Songz song. And we're going to dive in starting with number 9 UCLA, taking on the number 1 team in America in this playoff bracket, North Texas. Yes, North Texas was the only undefeated team in the country, so they got the number 1 seed largely because of that. And so, with that being said, I'm really curious to see how North Texas ends up playing in this game. And so far, they really are playing with a chip on their shoulder. Even though they aren't able to do much offensively, at the same time, they're playing with some serious ferocity, and they're showing that they can hang with some of these bigger schools, like a UCLA, for example. But we do end up seeing a school record being broken. Clarence Boley does set the school record for most passing yards in a season. That was originally set by Kenji Kobayashi, who was the quarterback for UCLA as recently as last season. So that record didn't stand long. And also, UCLA is able to get the first points on the board eventually. But right after that, though, Lenny Williams was able to find the end zone for North Texas. And Casey McCoy ends up expanding his school record for most touchdown passes in a season. That's his 36th touchdown. And this quarterback is a huge reason why North Texas is where they are at. A huge reason why North Texas is in the middle of an historic season at their university. One of the best seasons ever put together by a North Texas Mean Green football team. And with less than a minute left in the half, North Texas, they also have a chance to take the lead into the halftime of a quarterfinals playoff game. One that they got a bye to, which is insane to think about. But hey, maybe North Texas, even though they're that number 1 team in the nation, they might be a little bit of that Cinderella darling, and UCLA is trying to shut the door and make sure that clock strikes midnight. So maybe a little bit of villain ball here. UCLA playing as that villain, and they are going to nearly tie it up there with that completion. It gets all the way down to the 1 yard line. We're on the very next play. They're going to pound it forward with Jerome Harris. No Diddy, as Jerome Harris finds the end zone and tie things right back up. It does lead us into the fourth quarter, where this game that has been a little bit more low scoring than what I originally expected it to be, well, it could really go either way. So that could certainly favor a North Texas team that doesn't have that same kind of talent on paper. And with 6 minutes left to go, North Texas actually has the lead. But eventually, the biggest players make the biggest plays. In the final seconds of regulation, UCLA is going to get a big-time kick return down the sideline in field goal range, and he almost went all the way. Oh, Jerome Harris almost took that joint all the way to the crib. Would have been an absolute exclamation point for UCLA to go to the semifinals. And now it's up to Clarence Bowie to get this kicker in good position to try and win this game in regulation. Here we go. 45-yard field goal. Good! UCLA is going to send North Texas home. And the Mean Green's dream season is going to come to an end. UCLA moves on to the semifinals. So who will UCLA take on in that semifinals matchup? We now tune in to Florida State taking on Army. Florida State having a little bit of a Cinderella run of their own here, as we'll go ahead and see Florida State go to work against Army. And this Florida State team is going to get off to a fast start here. They're going to quickly take a 10-0 lead and putting Army on the back foot almost immediately. But Army is a very mentally resilient school for sure. This is where the future officers of America are going to be. And that mental resiliency, that culture is really showing, because after going down 10-0, could be easy to pack it up, but not this team. They fight and claw with their fingernails, and eventually they're going to be able to take the lead into the third quarter. But Florida State is going to try to respond back. They get all the way down inside the 15-yard line. There's going to be a touchdown here. It's not going to be for Florida State, though. Oh, baby. It's going to go for the Army squad, who's going to take it all the way to the crib. Touchdown, Army. And that could be a defining moment of this game. That right there is a 14-point swing. So if it ends up being a close game and Florida State does end up losing, which I'm not saying that they do. I'm not saying that they do at all. But if they do, you got to go back to that particular play. But Florida State, they're not thinking about that at the moment. They're just thinking about the right now. And right now, they're able to narrow it down to a 4-point game with that touchdown on the ground. However, Army's going to look to seal the deal here late in the ball game. They set up a quick screen over to the left-hand side, where a dynamic tailback is going to find the end zone. Army is going to seal the deal, and they will take on UCLA in the semifinals. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the bracket, we actually do end up having a rematch from the regular season. San Diego State is going to take on the University of Michigan there, as we are going to go ahead and jump right into about 1:30 left in the first half. Was honestly a very boring first half, to be honest with you, but that could maybe spark a little something here, as you can see the total yards for each team. Both teams were moving the ball pretty well, but they just weren't finishing drives at all, which is extremely frustrating to watch, especially, just watching like the CPU go at it up against each other. But with about a minute left to play here in this first half, Michigan is starting to find something. Jed Anderson is starting to figure out this Aztec secondary slowly but surely, as this time he's going to find Dane Maxwell in the end zone. Touchdown, Michigan! And the Wolverines will take a somewhat commanding lead into the half. Meanwhile, to start the second half, we do end up seeing this Michigan squad actually start out with the football, where we do end up seeing Jet Anderson break the school record for most career passing yards. He actually ends up passing Chad Henne, who spent a lot of time in the NFL, primarily with the Miami Dolphins. And yeah, man, that's awesome to see. So let's see what we could see this particular team do, as Ray Richardson is going to get him down by the goal line. Jet Anderson does have a legitimate chance to have 10,000 passing yards, and he would be the first quarterback to actually go ahead and do precisely that. So let's see if maybe Jet Anderson's stats gets boosted a little bit. We'll see if they keep him in a little bit longer than usual, but it's going to be pretty hard to kind of justify that at the same time, though, because Michigan is dominating this game, surprisingly. You know, this game, when these two teams met up, it was actually a really close game. It was a competitive game, one that San Diego State ended up winning, but Michigan learned their lessons from early on in the regular season, and you could tell Michigan got significantly better as the season went on. Same thing couldn't necessarily said for San Diego State there, and it ends up being a total rout. Chapter 2, and the most important chapter, goes to Michigan. And now the only thing that we have left to decide here in this quarterfinals is who's going to take that last semifinal spot. Is it going to be Iowa, or is it going to be USC out of the Pac-12? So right now we have one Pac-12 team in the semifinal. Could we possibly see two here? As we'll go ahead and jump into a goal line situation. USC, we're going to get the very first points on the scoreboard, looking over the middle to Lance Flowers. It does end up narrowly getting caught, but very tight coverage there in order to limit the yards after the catch. But thankfully for USC, they got Steven Nance in the backfield, and he's an absolutely tough kid. Touchdown USC, and we got ourselves a 7-0 lead. Meanwhile, with the 7-0 lead going on, as James Redd is going to try to run it down by the goal line with the read option and get some good success there, but doesn't get into the end zone quite yet. He'll have to wait till a couple of plays later when Steven Nance get his name called again down by the goal line, and he'll get his second touchdown of the evening. So already 2 rushing touchdowns for this young bearded tailback. Could it possibly be a hat trick? We'll see if they go to him yet again. Looks like he possibly could get a carry, but no, he stays in pass protection instead. It's going to be James Redd who keeps it and is completely untouched on his way into the end zone. It's another touchdown for USC, and it just turns into yet another rout. This is what we saw in that first round matchup against Air Force, and it will be mostly repeated here as well. Iowa does get garbage points, but make no mistake, USC was in control. So for the most part, we saw some very competitive games throughout the quarterfinals portion of the college football playoff. In fact, 3 of the 4 games that we witnessed were decided by just 1 possession. So a lot of these games could have swung in either direction, but now we get a lot closer to that crunch time. Semifinals of the college football playoff, we get down to just 4 teams, and who is going to hoist that national championship crown? Is it going to be UCLA, Michigan, Army, or USC in the Pac-12's final season of existence? Let's go ahead and jump into the semifinals and possibly that national championship game as well to see who gets that final crown. So let's go ahead and start with the first semifinal game, which features number 3 USC taking on the number 2 ranked Michigan Wolverines, as we'll go ahead and get this first semifinal game started. And it's going to start with a Steven Nance touchdown. He was someone that was pivotal in that quarterfinals win over Iowa. He had 2 rushing touchdowns in that particular game. But Jet Anderson, he was wheeling, and he was certainly dealing early on as well. Could be in for an absolutely magical semi-final matchup that's going to decide who's going to go to this national championship game. All knotted up at 7 after 1 quarter of play as USC looks to take the lead again. Michigan sends the blitz, but finds Steven Nance again. He's just been on a tear, and it's going to continue. His 4th touchdown the last couple of games. This is a running back doing this, ladies and gentlemen, and he is a certified baller doing it at one of the game's biggest stage. So now Michigan finds itself down by 7 as Michigan looks to respond back themselves. They're going to run up the middle of Jeremy Huff, and he's going to be able to go ahead and huff and puff as the USC house nearly falls there. As now, 1st and goal, running over the middle. It's going to be Jeremy Huff again, who finds the end zone. Touchdown, Wolverines! And the Michigan Wolverines will end up tying things right back up. But how much longer will it last? Can they actually find an answer for Steven Nance? He's been killing him through the air and on the ground as well. We'll see if they go to him again, and it looks like they will. Steven Nance finds the end zone. Touchdown, Trojans! That is already a hat trick for that young running back, and is going to give USC the lead going into halftime. But with that being said, Michigan is getting it done with a full team effort. Tied ball game going into the 4th quarter, and finally, Michigan will take a lead in the 4th quarter, and Jet Anderson's gonna get it done. New school record for passing yards in a season. He has over 5,000 passing yards, and he could close in on 5,500, depending on how this next game goes, if they can hang on and win here against USC. And if they want to do that, find the end zone here is going to absolutely be pivotal. They're going to hand it off to Jeremy Huff, who's going to stay on his feet. Beautiful contact balance there as the Wolverines will find the end zone. Touchdown, Michigan. And the Wolverines will take a 2-score lead. And that defense of theirs, a very good defense up there in Ann Arbor, might I add, is going to get absolutely crazy here. Able to get a stop there, and then going to get an interception there as well. James Redd simply cannot believe it, and Michigan will go to that national championship game. We'll see who they end up going against, and there will be 2 options here. They're either going to go up against number 9 UCLA, or they're going to take on the number 5 ranked Army Black Knights. Let's see who wants it more. As UCLA is looking to go to work here, Clarence Bowie is going to dump it off here to one of the tight ends, and Ryan Battle did some little bit of dirty work there, a little 5-yard gain, but kind of helped set that tone on that first drive of the game because they wanted to pound it, and they're also going to rely on the quarterback play from Clarence Bowie. Might not have the sexiest name in the world, but throwing for over 4,000 yards and nearly 40 touchdowns, you already know he's a certified bad man. You have to account for him at all times. But again, like we talked about in the previous Army game, this is a mentally resilient squad in its own right. Army looking to tie things up here before we go into halftime. Firing over the middle, but it's intercepted. Lauren Pino just threw it right in the hands of Maurice Chance. Just a linebacker sitting in the zone and just being in the right place at the right time. And they will be able to capitalize as well as George Robinson finds the end zone and allows Clarence Bowie to tie the school record for most passing touchdowns in a season. He's sitting now at 39 scoring tosses in this season. We'll see if they'll let him go for 40 here. Bowie is going to be in motion. It's going to be a keeper. Pitches it out to the left-hand side, and George Robinson is going to force his way through into the end zone. Touchdown, UCLA. Another Bruins score. And UCLA, they can really taste it right about now. They are truly on the verge of going to the national championship game. And while there's a lot of time left to be played here in this fourth quarter, you could tell that they're starting to celebrate quite a bit down there on the sidelines. As we'll go ahead and see if Clarence Bowie can find the end zone there. And not quite, but William Jones is going to be able to tie the school record for most receptions in a season before Vince Cobb is going to find the end zone. That touchdown just ends up being the cherry on top, and we will have a rematch from the regular season meeting up in the national championship game. Now, UCLA is the lowest seed ever to go to the national championship game, as we will see them take on number 2 Michigan. Now, last time we saw these two teams meet up, this was a game that ended up going into overtime, and Michigan was able to prevail at home in overtime as well. But what I will say, because this is the second meeting between these two teams, it's hard to beat a really good team twice. Is that going to be applied here? Let's go ahead and dig into this national championship game. And it was a little bit of a slow starter, to be honest with you. Did not see a lot of scoring. This is one of those old-fashioned games where every single point scored in this national championship game turns into a premium. And we saw this kind of scenario play out in the fourth quarter, where Michigan does have a 10-6 lead, but with 5:30 left to play, UCLA is able to get a key interception, and the Bruins are all of a sudden going to be in business. That is the first turnover that we have actually seen in this game. And now, here we are, barbecue on the titties. UCLA has a chance to take the lead, and they might do it here. They do! James Martin finds the end zone. Touchdown, Bruins! They do it with the backup quarterback, because Clarence Bowie did get hurt in this game, but the backup comes in and might have given UCLA a national championship. It just depends on what happens here on this final play of the game. Jet Anderson's going to need to heave this up. He's got time downfield, and it's going to be incomplete. It's over. UCLA, as a 9 seed, is going to be able to go all the way through the national championship bracket and claim a national title here in the NCSL. So we know who our national champion is going to be, but what about our award winners and All-Americans? We'll go ahead and check that out now. James Redd did end up winning the Heisman Trophy, the quarterback for USC. Ends up having a career year, almost threw for 5,000 yards. Also threw 41 touchdowns and 12 interceptions over the course of the season. In second place is the junior running back from Duke, Van Cooper. And Van Cooper not only was a runner-up for the Heisman Trophy, but he was also able to win the Doak Walter Award as well as the Walter Camp Award as well. He nearly ran for 2,000 yards. In third place is Casey McCoy, the senior redshirt out of North Texas, leading Mean Green to a Big 12 championship as well as that #1 overall seed. Number 4 is Jet Anderson, the starting quarterback for the Michigan Wolverines, who led them to a national championship appearance. And then in 5th place was Tony Ross, another quarterback. This is a sophomore redshirt out of Liberty, Texas. The Aztecs quarterback did help lead the Aztecs to a college football playoff appearance and made it to the quarterfinals as well. As for other award winners, we have the senior quarterback from Ohio and Alex Turner ended up winning the Maxwell Award. The senior quarterback from Ohio had 59 total touchdowns over the course of the season between running and passing the ball. We do also have Jet Anderson here, who finished 5th for the Maxwell Award and number 4 for the Heisman, as you guys have saw already, and a couple of FCS guys in Arkansas quarterback Michael Crum, and another FCS transfer in Arkansas running back Marquise Christensen, one of the most dynamic duos in the country. As for the Bednarit Award that will be provided to Chris Fields this year, the outside linebacker out of Ohio State, the West Springfield, Virginia product led Ohio State with 7 sacks and 3 forced fumbles. As for the Nagurski, that will also be provided to Chris Fields as well. And now that we're looking at this, not only did he win the Bednarit and the Nagurski Award, he also did end up winning the Butkus Award as well. So a big year for Chris Fields out of Ohio State. O'Brien not only does end up winning the Maxwell Award, but he does also end up winning the O'Brien Award, who goes to the best quarterback in America. Jet Anderson was your runner-up here, so he nearly ended up winning the crown. And then you also do have FCS transfer Michael Crum, who finished in 8th place, representing Arkansas. Meanwhile, the Blitikoff is going to go to Justin Harris this year, the junior wide receiver out of the University of Auburn. The junior finished with 14 receiving touchdowns as well as 1,200 yards. As for the Mackey Award, that goes to the best tight end in college football. This year will be provided to Nick Robinson, the senior out of Belleville, Florida, playing for the Florida State Seminoles. He had over 1,000 total yards of total offense. As for the Outland Trophy Award winner, going to the best offensive lineman in college football, it will be provided to Mario Smith out of Michigan, who had 45 pancakes versus allowing just 4 sacks over the course of a season. The Remington Award, however, is going to go to Nevada offensive lineman Keith Nichols. This goes to the best center in college football, and he certainly lived up to that, not allowing a single sack, plus having 35 pancakes on the year. As for the Lombardi Award, it goes to Stephen Phillips, the senior redshirt out of the University of Pittsburgh. But this was a close one, as we almost saw a true freshman win the award this year, as Antonio Thomas was very close to winning it as a true freshman. He played at UCLA. As for the Jim Forpay Award, that will be provided to Jesse Larson. Jesse Larson out of Alabama. He had himself a breakout season after hardly playing his freshman year. 15 assisted tackles, 6 TFLs, and 4 interceptions. He was absolutely a certified ball hawk, and probably will have a breakout year moving forward. Ragu Williams, the senior out of Washington State, also found himself on this list, as Washington State had one of their best seasons in a while. And then, of course, you have the Grozo Award, which will be provided to Joel Cade, the junior out of the University of Miami. And then the Kyle Guy Award is going to be provided to Brian Pitts, the senior punter out of Ole Miss. Finally, the Jet Award, which goes to the best returnman in college football, is going to go to the Kingston, Tennessee product and Bo Watkins. Bo Watkins is a senior redshirt who just played his last college ball at the University of Tennessee. And then real quick, we'll take a look at what those All-Americans are going to look like. You got Alex Turner in here, and no surprise, he's a first-team All-American, given he did win that O'Brien and Maxwell Award, threw for 53 touchdowns over the course of the season. Van Cooper is in here as well. He also won multiple awards as well, which includes the Walter Camp Award, as well as the Doak Walker Award that goes to the best running back in college football. Justin Harris finds himself on here as your Biletnikoff winner. Nick Robinson, who won the John Mackey, which is the best tight end. Mario Smith, who won the Remington, not the Remington Award. Yeah, it is the, it's basically goes to like the best offensive lineman, the Outland Trophy. I'm thinking of Keith Nichols, who won the Remington Award, who goes to the best center. He's here as a first-team All-American as well, and there's the rest of your first-team offense. Meanwhile, defensively, not as much headliners here as maybe what we would see on the offensive side of the ball, but that's because Chris Fields was, no doubt about it, the best defensive player in college football this season. Chris Fields is a senior from Ohio State who likely has an NFL future, And then here are some of the other guys that were on that list. Jesse Larson is a notable guy as well. He is the guy who won the Jim Forte Award from the University of Alabama. And then Joel Kane, who won the best kicker in college football, that Lou Groza. And Jim Fontenot rounds out your first team All-American. Meanwhile, for the second team All-Americans, we've got some more notable guys in here. Jet Anderson being one of them. One of your guys is custom players, actually, as Jet Anderson does go ahead and get those second team honors. Almost won a Heisman Trophy as well. Then you got a couple of FCS players that transferred in to the NCSL earlier in the season. Marquise Christensen, the senior out of Arkansas, happens to find himself on here. Plus, you have Stephen Gatewood, the senior left tackle, playing for the USC Trojans. And then, of course, here is the rest of that offensive side of the ball for the second team All-Americans. Meanwhile, on the defensive side of the ball, you got Stephen Phillips as one of the bigger names, who ends up actually not only winning the Lombardi Award this year, he won the Lombardi Award last year as well. So he's a two-time Lombardi Award champion in that regard, as well as here's the rest of the defensive line. Mason Campbell finds himself on here, though, the senior red shirt out of Iowa. The Lancaster, Ohio product had a pretty good year as well. After hardly playing in his first 3 seasons of college football, he ends up going and having that breakout season he's been desperately looking for. 7.5 sacks, 24 TFLs. He also managed to get a fumble recovery, plus a forced fumble as well. So a very good final year for the Iowa defensive tackles. So you do absolutely love to see that. And then here's so many other guys that happen to make that second team All-American list, where we do find Brian Pitts being involved. He was the guy that ended up winning the Kyle Guy Award for the best punter in college football. And then one final look at what the stat leaders were for this past season. Alex Turner of Ohio led the nation in passing. He had 5,600 yards. That's in spite of the fact that Ohio did not have a conference championship game or a deep playoff run like Michigan was able to enjoy. Him and Jet Anderson were the only two passers with more than 5,000 yards. Running the ball, there was only one rusher who was very close to 2,000 yards, and that goes to Van Cooper. Van Cooper was the closest to 2,000 yards, and he played for Duke. Still has a year of eligibility as well. Derek Lambert was a popular target in Ohio, though. He had nearly 1,600 receiving yards on the season. Only one other receiver in college football could say that, and that was Brian Thompson out of USC. For tackles, it was Ham out of San Diego State, who nearly had 100 solo tackles in his campaign this year. He led the nation with 98 tackles, 10 more than any other defensive player in all of college football. Surprised we didn't hear his name more on these award lists, to be honest with you. Now, as for sacks, there were actually 2 guys that were tied for the most sacks in the NCSL this year. It was Barnes out of Georgia Tech, and then Mike Merville, the defensive lineman out of Army. Both had 13.5 sacks. Not too far was Harris, also out of Army, who had 12 sacks. Army had one of the most explosive defensive combos in the nation, and yet they could only parlay that into a semifinal appearance. As for interceptions, Stephen Jones out of the University of Cincinnati was able to lead the NCSL in interceptions with 9. That's at least one more than anyone else in the entire country. Brian Burke was also close with 8. He is from the University of Memphis. And then your kicking leaders, 2-way tie here for first. Johnson out of Indiana, and then McLaurin out of Marshall, tied for the longest field goal at 56 yards this season. So guys, that will go ahead and wrap things up here. It was really fun to do this NCSL series, and it will be the final series that you'll likely see here on NCAA 14. Thank you guys so much for those from the College Football Revamp keeping this game alive for so long. But now we look forward to the future. So the next series that you see that's college football related, probably going to be seeing it on EA College Football. So thank you guys so much. I hope you enjoyed this entire series. And with that being said, this is John J Gaming on the mic signing off. But if you love this content, make sure you go ahead and do a couple of things for me. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button as well if you do happen to be brand new to the channel. And that being said, I'll see you guys over in EA College Football here in a couple of weeks. Take care, everybody.